So it's 8:31, but I feel like we probably need a couple more people before we'll have a quorum. I know it's 8:30 and it's early and we're all just getting our cup of coffee, and we'll need a lot of it to get through this today.
So you've scheduled a lot of coffee breaks to refresh, right?
Yes, I think that will be essential. My coffee pot is about 40 feet from where I'm sitting, so.
And of course, that also requires anti-coffee breaks.
Yes. So I think an hour and a half in, we'll take a break, and then in another hour and a half in, we'll take another break for lunch. So 10 and 11:30, and maybe we'll be done early, who knows? I feel like we almost might have a quorum here.
I think that last doorbell got us a quorum.
All right, well, so we've got a lot to cover today. Why don't we start off with, I guess, introductions. Welcome to the Washington State Energy Code commercial tag on this wonderful Friday, March 26th, where we were hoping to complete the integrated draft. The meeting does run till 1 o'clock, or is scheduled to run till 1 o'clock. We do not need to use all the time, so if we can agree on things earlier than that, that's great. Why don't we do a roll call?
Okay, Michael Baranek. Eric Bedell. CJ Brockway.
Present.
Was that CJ?
Present.
Okay, thank you. Martin Connor. Mike Fowler.
Yes, here.
Patrick Hayes. Gary Hickinen.
Here.
Scott Henderson.
I'm here.
Chris Holliday. Luke Howard.
Present.
Dwayne Johnlin.
Hey, Krista.
Elizabeth Joyce. Bill Kraus. John Lang.
Here.
Mike McGivern.
Good morning.
Alan Montpelier. Henry Odom. Eric Olnon.
Here.
Andrew Poltorek. David Reddy. Lisa Rosenau.
I'm here. Good morning.
Poppy Storm.
Here.
Gavin Tennell.
Present.
Sean Vig.
Here.
And Amy Wheelis.
Eric Bedell's here, coming in a couple minutes late.
Okay, so we have 13 members present, and that constitutes a quorum.
All right, small victories. We have a quorum. You didn't show up in vain today. Okay. Review and approve agenda. Are there any comments? Oh, I guess anybody from the public who would like to identify themselves, please do so.
This is Louis Starr with NIA.
Hey, Louis. Anyone else?
This is Alex Ratcliffe with PA Engineers, subbing in for Alan Montpellier.
Thanks, Alex. So Alex, you're not a tag member or a primary or alternate, but you are free to bring up things whenever relevant. I saw the document that Alan sent. We're limiting what we're going to talk about today to integrating the 2018 Washington State Energy Code with the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code. So we're not looking for code change proposals today, but we are looking to make sure those two documents do not move us backwards in terms of energy efficiency. I see Gavin has a hand up, and that is a good reminder. The way we're going to conduct the meeting today is if you have something to say, so Krista's going to scroll through the document. If you have something to say, please use the raise your hand. It's in the reactions. So under reactions, there's clapping hands and crying and celebration and hearts. There's also a check mark that's kind of like, I agree with that. There's also a red X that says, I do not agree with whatever is being said. There's also the raise hand function. So when you have something to say, raise hand, and it'll move it to the upper left of my screen. And then I will call on you, hopefully in the order in which you raised your hand. When you're done talking, or when your question is answered or your comment is made, please lower your hand by clicking on the lower hand icon. Otherwise, you'll stay in the upper left of my screen. Also, normally in a in-person tag, what we would do is talk through an idea and look for head nodding around the room. And if everybody's nodding their heads, yes, this is a good idea, then we would move forward. If there's lots of people, giving us smug looks or disagreeing looks, then we would perhaps, say that this requires more discussion. So in this virtual format, please use your thumbs up button or your clapping hands button or your red X to show that you disagree with something. And then use your raise hand button to say that you in fact have something substantive to say. Under certain circumstances, unmute yourself and chime in if you have something extremely directly relevant and short to say. Go ahead and do that. But if that gets unruly, then we're going to cut that off and go only by raised hands. Hopefully, does anybody have questions about those procedures? Great. I strongly encourage you all to use your emoticons. Feel like a teenager or something like that, and use your emoticons heavily, because that really helps me decide when we should move on and when we have general agreement, versus when we have lots of dissension and need to continue to discuss. At the end of the day, we're going to vote on this, and I would like to just have general consensus as we move through, so that when we vote, no one is wanting to bring us backwards and bring up something. You are free to do that, but I would love it if we kind of just brought things up as we go. So Gavin has his hand up. So Gavin does not have his hand up.
Yeah, Jill, this is just a note on the agenda and the minutes from last meeting. The minutes from the last meeting kind of appear that we ended past C406. We're starting on C407 today. I'm wondering if that's like the consensus of what happened. I thought we decided that we were researching 406 further and possibly reviewing that today, or is that can happen at another meeting?
No, Gavin, that's a very good point. We ended on C406 thing with certainly not consensus on, and then we asked a few questions. We got out the questions, and then we put it in the homework bin. So under homework, which is our research items, I guess the second bullet under 4, we are going to cover C406.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Yep. Yeah. So are there any other comments on the agenda? If not, I'd be happy to get a motion.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Second is Dwayne.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? All right, consensus, agreement. We're moving forward. Anyone have any comments on the meeting minutes from a couple weeks ago? I believe the meeting minutes are generally reflected also in the revised integrated draft. So we will have a chance to discuss many of those items today as well. Okay. Any comments? Okay, any motions?
I move to approve the agenda or the minutes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Any opposed? Okay, we have an agenda and we have minutes approved. That means we get into the exciting part, which is starting with C407. We'll go through the end of the integrated draft. Then we're going to come back and do the research items. And Krista went through and came up with a list of all the research items, so we can go through those in order of the code, and or another order if somebody proposes that. And then we can come back and we're going to reserve the last 45 minutes or so to go through all the substantial changes, and then we are going to vote on it all and send it into the public comment process for code proposal changes, which opens on April 1st in just a few days. So with that, Krista.
Okay, well, there's not a whole lot in section 407. Except for, my computer deciding that it wanted to start at the beginning.
That's not the worst technical problem that we could have today. So.
So updates to the mandatory compliance measures. And I've included the new sections in the IECC that were indicated that they were intended to be mandatory. I've also just for a comparison put in ICC's whole new table, and their approach is a little bit different than ours. They just named whole sections and include all the subsections except for those that are noted, where we have pretty much every subsection that's addressed.
Krista, do you think the current Washington State Energy Code version is more stringent or less stringent than the IECC version? Or is it just worded differently?
I think it's just different. I don't think it's, I think it essentially includes everything. We have a few things in our code that aren't in the IECC, obviously.
Mhm. So it might be clearer to just maintain the existing language if there's not a noticeable stringency differences between them. Does that make sense? Anyone clapping their hands or hearting things? David, ready? We can't hear you, David, if you're talking.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Krista, was there any prefacing language to the ICC's version that said something like, and the mandatory requirements of these whole sections as opposed to the whole sections themselves? That's the only thing I could think would make sense for this IACC table, but in any case, I think the Washington table is more targeted, which I think is the intent of the performance-based method. I agree with keeping the current one, although I haven't reviewed all of the new sections necessarily. It looks like you've caught them all, Krista, of the ones that would make sense to include.
There is a footnote to the IECC table that says reference to a code section includes all the relative subsections except as indicated.
Really interesting. Well, I think the Washington table is fine for now.
Dwayne.
I was going to say the opposite. I thought that since their list can be dramatically shorter than ours because they just say, you know, C404.4 except these two sections or whatever, that it says the same thing with a lot fewer lines. So I don't know, to me, this is an easier to deal with format, but this is not something I'm falling on my sword over. I wish we have a hand clapping vote.
Yeah, I can't say I reviewed, you know, all of the sections in these subsections to know if they're necessarily, they should or shouldn't be relevant. So I can't say, I guess, either way. For sure.
The IECC table also seemed to be missing a few of the newly included sections.
Eric.
Thank you, Eric Lacey from RICA. Krista just mentioned something that was missing, and I agree. There are a couple of errata that we've filed with ICC in the 2021 commercial chapters. One is that they left out of this table new section C401.3, which is the thermal envelope certificate. That was designated as mandatory in the proposal, but it never made its way into their mandatory table. The other errata, and just so that I don't need to raise my hand again, the other errata that we submitted is in section C407.2, which kind of sets up this table and says that projects need to comply with all these mandatory requirements. That section also includes the multiplier for the performance path. And that was improved from an 85% of annual energy costs to an 80%, but the first edition publication of the IECC didn't pick that up. So I just wanted to highlight that for when you get to it. It's in C407.2 sub 2. That performance path multiplier should be changed. I hope I'm making sense here.
Just to clarify, Eric, we have our own Appendix G kind of C407. I don't believe we're following the IECC method, are we?
If that's the case, then the second errata, no need to worry about it. There was a proposal that improved the overall efficiency of the performance path by another 5%. And it was approved, but then it wasn't picked up in the first publication. So that's why I highlight it. But yeah, it looks like you're right. You don't have that section in your code.
Okay, so we have, I guess, two different options. One is maintain the Washington State Energy Code table. The other one is to go with the IECC table. The IECC table is a little bit shorter. I guess if we do the IECC table, would we need to add some of the provisions that are unique to the Washington Energy Code to the IECC table?
Yes.
Lewis.
Yeah, I was just going to say there's some things that have been added to IEC, like the plant growth one, which is a table that looks like it's in this list here. So it looks like there's a few of the items that are not contradictory, but are additive to what's new in the IEC code. So it seems like to me, just anything that conflicts, like I hadn't looked to see whether what Mike was saying, like if it's referring to a section, it's actually for the modeling is the wrong section in our code. But I think some of the things, the stuff that's definitely new. So I think a matchup from, like the lighting plant growth that's new in the code in the IECC. So it needs to be in this section here. So I think some of those things probably what's here is okay, but I haven't looked through it thoroughly.
Anyone else have comments, preferences between the two different approaches?
This is Lisa. I think I would vote in favor of doing a more thorough comparison. It's like, it's not one table or the other. I mean, it really is making sure that all the updates in the IECC are the relevant ones are included in this list. So if that, I don't know if that's what we would be choosing between, one table or the other. It seems like it needs to be blended.
I guess the choice between one table and the other would be the choice between, for instance, under lighting and electrical, saying 405.1 or 405, 1 through 9, and or just C405 versus what we have in the other table, in the existing table, which is listing out every single one of them. I think that's the approach question. Then there's the substance question, which is are there things in the IECC missing from the Washington State existing current table? Or are there things missing from the IECC table if we adopted that one? David?
Yeah, you can see after C408, there's 3 sections that are missing from the ICC table. I just looked through the lighting one. That was the lighting one. The Washington table breaks out every section individually, but really I think they're listing every section. Our table is already listing every section except for the commissioning CO405.12. The commissioning one, which should be included in my opinion. I don't know, or maybe we move that to the C408 in our version, but yeah, so there are some missing from the ICC table. that are in our code, the last 3 sections. So I would say a change to our table that would align them at least a little bit would be to just strike out all the individual C405 sections and just list C405.
That sounds good to me. Dwayne.
I think now I'm on the same page as David that I would move that we use the IECC approach of consolidating these things, but just carefully go through and make sure that we've got the correct Washington State ones and IECC ones in that format.
Okay. I think that makes sense. Dwayne, you maybe inadvertently made a motion there.
I did make a motion.
I think we're going to take a motion at the very, very end to adopt the whole thing rather than take motions on individual things.
Okay. I just don't know, since only like 3 of us have spoken, I don't know where everybody else is at on this.
Yep. Do you want to withdraw that motion, or else we need to look for a second?
I'll withdraw that motion.
Okay, thanks. Okay. So C405, I think we can handle that. Does that make, do you have enough direction, Krista?
Yes.
On C405, are there other sections like C403 where we would want to do the same thing? Or do we need to keep the specificity that is in the Washington State Energy Code? Looks like it is actually broken out in the IECC. So I think we have enough direction on C405. For C403, I think we would need to do a little bit more research on all of the pieces there and making sure that nothing in the IECC is required that is not currently required in our Washington State Code version. Feel like we could spend a lot of time right now as a group threading that back together, or perhaps someone could take this on as homework in one of our 10-minute breaks and come back to it. Or are you doing that live right now, Krista?
Just 405.
Just 405. Okay. Well, I don't know. How long do we think it'll take to thread through this in real time?
Yeah, I think it's an offline.
Okay, so why don't I can look at this over one of the breaks and see if there's anything I can uncover about differences between them. Does anybody want to work with me on that during perhaps the first break? Mike?
Yeah, I'll help.
Okay, so during the first break, we'll see if we can thread this together so it doesn't take up the whole group's time to do so. Okay, this now became homework, so we can move on.
There weren't a lot of changes on the commissioning. There's two. Let's see. ICC only had a change to how the efficiency tables were referenced, and then putting in a definition that we already had in our code that, italicized something, so that's nothing. Our energy metering and energy consumption management, the IECC added very similar language into C405. So I have listed our version, and then underneath that with still the C405 numbering, IECC's new language, and didn't try to integrate them at all.
Seems like there should be a period in there. I marked it up on the screen.
No, because it is section 405.12.
Oh, it is. Okay. Oh, okay. So
I
we're
just
in,
kind of went with the assumption that we would be retaining our current section C409 and possibly just renumbering the IECC, or we can move to putting this all back in C409 and just reserving chapter or section C409.
Dwayne?
Yeah, the IECC language is electric only, and ours is each energy source. So in that sense, ours is more stringent, but what's more stringent about IECC is the floor areas. We show 50,000, they show 25. And so you might want to retain the Washington State language, but reduce those threshold areas is one solution.
Seems like a reasonable approach. Someone just had their hand up, other than Dwayne.
That was me. It was the same comment.
Okay. How do people feel generally about that, the approach that Dwayne and Alex are suggesting?
This is Lisa. I'm sorry. I'm having trouble with my hand raising. I'll get it fixed. I just want, sorry. So I'm just going to pipe up and say that, and Dwayne, give me your thoughts about this. So yeah, the IECC language is pointing to buildings, and it's requiring monitoring of energy usage at 25,000 square feet. It doesn't get into the end use. And so it's like two different things. And so does this mean that we're expanding this to both now? Like, you see what I'm saying? That IECC does not require end use metering for buildings 25,000 square feet or greater, but now we're going to say that it does. So that's actually an increase in both. I think I'm not, maybe I'm not reading this right, but that's how I'm seeing it.
I think that they're doing electric only, but they're shrinking the threshold down to 25,000 instead of our 50. So
right, right. But what does that mean for end use metering?
It doesn't address end use metering at all.
I see. Yeah, so that's where I'm not sure, because
well, neither of us do.
Yeah, so our code says 50,000 square feet for end use metering, and so if we lowered it to 25,000 square feet for everything, then we're making the code more stringent. than both codes for end use metering, which is fine. I'm just pointing that detail out.
So should we leave it at 50? And let the 25 be a code change proposal?
Hmm.
Mike Kennedy?
Worth, I would leave
Yeah,
it
the
at.
IECC 40512, Krista just has the first two little bits of it up on the screen. The requirements are actually for end use metering. And I haven't compared all the details, but they do have a section with there's an odd exception 3 in their language about 25,000 square feet. They're 2,500 square feet as an exception, even though the whole thing is accepted at 5,000. So I'm really unclear about some of this. So for individual tenant spaces, but it actually seems more aggressive than our language.
I see that. Sorry, I didn't see that. Okay, so that's all that addresses my question. So it looks like the lowering to 25,000 square feet in the IECC is more stringent than our code for both energy usage and end use energy usage.
Right.
So Mike, so if we adopted 25,000 as the number, then does that include the best of the IECC going forward as well? Or would we still be missing some things from the IECC language?
I think they're pretty similar.
Okay. Dwayne.
I just wanted the group to pat ourselves on the back, because this is one of those examples where somebody at a national company picked up the Seattle or Washington state language and proposed it at IECC and got it into the code. So the work we're doing here has a large ripple effect over time.
All right. Okay, so go ahead, Mike.
Their language actually is more detailed on the end use categories.
There's more end use categories.
Yeah, I believe. I mean, ours is all text, so it's a little.
Yeah, they took the end use categories from the Seattle code.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay, but we have all these 50 kVA exceptions, and I don't see that they have those. They don't have them. So I'd say it certainly requires a lot more end use metering than our code.
So if we adopted the table 405.12.2 instead of the end use categories in the Washington State Energy Code and moved it to 25,000 from 50,000, would that include kind of the best of the IECC? Or are we still missing a couple things?
Yeah, it looks to me like it picks it all up. And this would put us in alignment with national code.
I guess the one difference is this is electrical only and ours is covering gas as well.
Right.
So we might have to keep a gas section and an electric section the way we're doing it. End use metering electric, end use metering gas.
CJ.
Yeah, I actually don't really know the implications of this, but I was just taking a look at 25,000 square feet. So that's probably roughly a small 3-story office building in downtown Seattle. And I'm just thinking about end use metering with lighting systems and what that means relative to the cost for lighting control infrastructure to do that. We're seeing a lot of people go to some pretty simple, lowish cost systems instead of overall use monitoring systems. And so I'm just wanting to bring to this group the potential that this does mean that we're going to be asking people if energy use monitoring includes more specific lighting usage. And again, I haven't parsed this enough to know if that's really the case, but if they are, that means they're going to have to go to more expensive lighting control systems.
CJ, that, I guess from the conversation today, and it appears that the IECC, since we're talking electrical already, would cover that. So if the IECC includes 25,000 with lighting controls, is that your understanding of where the IECC is?
I don't know. I was just commenting on the fact that if that was in fact the case, that would be about the size of the project that we're talking about.
Yep. Okay, thanks. Lisa. Go ahead, Lisa, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry, I'm having technical difficulties here. Yeah, the only other comment that I have is under graphical, let's see, under the data acquisition system and the graphical energy report section, the Washington State Energy Code does provide some better guidance, I guess, for lack of a better word. I don't think it's a stringency question, but when you, especially energy display, you know, our code talks about gives the flexibility that it just says it has to be ready access, which is a defined term. You know, it talks about the different types of including third party being acceptable. And then it talks about the details that need to be included, which it covers some. But that's just one thought, is that if we did just adopt the IECC language as is, we would be losing some of the Washington State code guidance.
Mm-hmm. Are there pieces of the IECC that you would want to salvage, or would we simply use the Washington State language?
You know, I can look at the two sections during the break, and I hadn't done this to put them together, but I could just compare them real quick and make sure that if we just kept the Washington State language, we weren't losing something. It's the two, it's both. It's the data acquisition system and their display, both of them. The way they're presenting is a little different. So I'd have to, in fact, they talk about the minimum amount of data, you know, and it's included in one, IECC includes that in the data acquisition section, and
okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't, it's hard to do this just on the fly like this, but I could do it over the break.
That sounds great.
Well,
we have now 2 homework pieces for the break. Dwayne?
Okay.
I'm just wondering if we should keep the Washington language and take on some of this other as code change proposals. What we've got now is it's like Lisa was just saying, it's got all that they've got, and in some cases more. Mike pointed out that they don't have a 50 kVA minimum for a couple of these categories, which would indicate that it was slightly more stringent, but maybe slightly less workable. Rather than at this point trying to sew these together on the fly in a 10-minute break. I guess that would be my non-motion.
Yeah. So, and you're talking about what's shown on the screen right now in terms of the way the IECC is approaching the graphical output data acquisition system. and not all of the commissioning language we've talked about over the last 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, this isn't directly an energy efficiency question. So I could see continuing with the Washington State Energy Code language with these, as Dwayne is suggesting, for these, and then we would need to go backwards and kind of get some consensus on the prior things, but these would seem reasonable to just continue with our language. Lewis.
Yeah, that sounds like reasonable. I have a suggestion, maybe a procedural suggestion that might work. Like for instance, this I probably agree with Dwayne. I thought he was going a different direction when he started going, so I didn't. It changed my mind. But what I know, we're going to have an MVE committee on, is it Thursday of next week? But my thought is some of this stuff that we're discovering, oh, hey, this is a little bit different. If we had some time for some people to go in and just kind of do a look at it, or even Krista to do some of this, maybe at that meeting, you could bring up some of these things kind of as an issue. And then if there's broad consensus, in other words, generally agrees with the direction, then maybe you could pick it up then. But anyway, that's just the thought, so that you don't have to worry about, getting it all right here in the next 5 minutes or at the break or whatever.
Yeah, my general hope is that we get it all done today, and only if there's like an emergency, we forgot something big, that we come back to it with the MVE committee, because this will be put out for public comment on April 1st, if we can get it done today. And I would rather not change it once it's out for public comment. I think that would be challenging to do. So I'd rather get it done today. And if we can, we don't have to get it perfect today. I think we have to get it integrated, but not perfect. And so, yeah, I think that's my philosophy on that, is I would rather not suggest the MVE committee change anything after we already have this out for public comment. Lisa. You're on mute still, if you're talking.
There we go. Yes, I am talking. Sorry. I guess I'll call this a draft motion. So there's such a thing. But perhaps as a draft motion would be to, as Dwayne's suggesting, keep the Washington State language for all of the sections that get into the details of this requirement, but to accept the IECC language, which increases the stringency by lowering the applicability threshold to 25,000 square feet.
Okay, and if I understand that, why don't we go through with Krista, because I think that's what I've heard as kind of a semi-consensus, is that we would lower to 25,000 as written. Then we would strike out the language as shown, or not accept the language as shown. And then we would remove or not accept the red language as shown here to the end of the section, because I think all those were modifications. Is that, Lisa, where you were going? Except for, I think, the end use categories.
Let's see. Yeah, because the end use metering categories, it does appear that there's at least there's more extensive. Well, yeah, again, hard to do this on the fly, but it appears that some of the language there might be better. The only other detail would be, yeah, because the existing building part, that's Washington State specific, and that one refers to additions that are over 25,000 square feet. So now the correlation between the two isn't the same, but that's okay for now. That could be handled via code change proposal if somebody's got heartburn over that.
I'll accept that as a friendly draft amendment to my non-motion.
All right, Lewis.
Oh, I was just going to say, we definitely, are they striking out 412? I think those additions to where we get additional metering in-use categories that we're in are very beneficial. It's pretty hard to go back and show cost effectiveness for that section just from working on the original cost effectiveness for this metering. So when we can pick stuff up from IECC that gets us additional in-use load metering, that's very helpful. I think just ultimately for the goals as we move to 2030, we're going to need to start to have this, and then the tie in with your clean buildings stuff too, for service providers to go out and sort of figure out what's going on with your jacked up building. The more they know about the end uses, the more likelihood they're going to be able to solve the problems and kind of achieve the goals that are underneath the clean energy bill and all the rest of the things that Washington State's having to do. So to me, this is a pretty important tool for trying to get forward to meeting in existing buildings and ultimately new buildings too.
Yeah, the tag will consider how the energy code hands off to the clean buildings law, audit and retrofit law. I think later, but I think this is a good piece for that. Mike, I think you had your hand up next.
Yeah, I said this once before, but I just wanted to reiterate. This section from the IECC is just electrical. And our section is applied to all fuels. So the end use stuff doesn't really matter, but the lack of the threshold, we're talking about making gas people separate out their water heat and space heat. And maybe pro electrification people might like that. I don't know. But I did wonder whether an alternative would be to create here a 409.3.1, which would be electrical end use metering, and then a 409.3.2, which would be other fuels. And then in other fuels, we would just keep our HVAC, service, water, heat, and process entries as they are, and maybe strip out the branch circuit stuff.
Okay.
I didn't get that, Mike. What was the reason to not just keep the existing Washington State ones?
Oh, but we're not. At least what Krista's got on here, the screen, is the Washington stuff is getting deleted. So our 50 kVA threshold is going away, right? For water heat.
Well, I don't think that's a smart move. So we should consider it carefully if we're going to get rid of that.
Well, that's why I was suggesting if we want to keep the IECC, this would be the electric path, and then there would be an other fuels path that would keep the threshold.
I'm suggesting we not keep the IECC stuff, and that we keep the Washington State language except for that one change to the 25,000.
That's what I was thinking is that we had kind of maybe landed on was keeping the Washington State Energy Code language except for the table for energy end uses.
Fair. Hi, this is Lisa. I just pipe in again, just because I think we got lost in translation here. So I guess I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. I mean, I did a draft motion before, but I'll try to do a full motion this time, if it's okay, is to say that, and I think it's what we're all saying, is that we're going to keep the Washington State language. We're not going to strike the Washington State language, but we were going to keep the lower threshold for which buildings are required to comply with this. So I think we're getting lost a little bit on that, but that was my motion. I'll make a motion to do that. Okay,
and then Lisa, just to clarify, would that include the new end uses?
Yeah, that's a clarification. Yes, that would include the new end use language. So yes, a blend.
What new end uses does IECC provide?
The ones from Seattle, I think. That was what was
no, but we have those. Scroll up. We have those in our code, right?
That's what I was striking out before. Was this language is in section format rather than the table format. So if we keep the table with that, it conflicts.
And we have all those categories, right? In the current Washington code. So we don't need to have that
The thing we'd be striking is the 50 kVA for service water heat.
Yeah, I think we have also for process and like that, but that was in there so that if you have one little water heater in a closet, you don't have to have a separate metering category for that, for a trivial use.
Right. Well, they have the, what, 5 or 10% can be other things.
We've
You know,
got something like, we've got that in our code too.
Right.
Okay, so we actually do have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second for Lisa's motion?
What was Lisa's motion again?
Lisa, could you restate?
Sure. So the motion is to keep the Washington state language, except accept the lower threshold, the IEC threshold of 25,000 square feet.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, tag numbers only, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, we have our first section of the code that is done.
Okay, except I'd like a clarification. One of the changes that I also made, besides lowering from 50,000 to 25,000 square feet, was the exception lowering from 2,500 or 25,000 square feet to 5,000 square feet to match the IECC language. Is that included, or does that stay 25,000 square feet?
It sounds like that would be a separate motion, wouldn't it? Because it's a specific detail.
Yeah, and we don't need to make motions necessarily. We just need to get to consensus on this and then we'll vote at the end.
Let me then just say that here's kind of a clear-cut case where IECC is more stringent. And we could make that change.
So Dwayne, you're saying this is a clear-cut case?
Yeah.
Okay, then let's do it. We don't need to have a motion for that. We just do this and then we'll make the motion at the very end. Okay, so Lisa, since you're the proponent of the motion, can you just look through this as Krista scrolls through it and make sure that everything meets what you made the motion for?
Yeah, that's looking good. I mean, that was the point, is that we just don't accept the IECC language, except for the one detail that Dwayne pointed out. I mean,
I will point out that with the 50 kVA limits, mostly 25,000 is irrelevant on end uses.
oh, that's a good point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we have a motion. I don't know. Do we need to revisit that, Mike?
I think this is better deliberated on as part of a proposal.
Okay, great. Let's just scroll through, make sure it all meets what we're hoping it does, and then move to the next section.
Okay, next section is refrigeration. This was pretty extensively reworked at the IECC level, and the majority of the language was stripped and just references federal guidelines.
Mike.
I questioned this section. Our previous code covered, and I refrigerated warehouse and freezers. And now it doesn't in this section. And it also doesn't quite deal with, there are some less than 3,000 square foot coolers and freezers that aren't rated, aren't covered by DOE regulations. So I actually called the guy that made this proposal to the IECC, and he said that that was actually inadvertent. They didn't mean to strip coverage of those things. Their main goal was to get the ones that are regulated to not have to go through this. So he suggested we keep our current section as, I guess, as Krista has.
You're saying for 410.11?
No,
And
for the whole
410.2?
thing.
The whole thing. So you're saying what's on the screen aligns with what you think?
The problem here is there's no longer is our warehouse freezers covered or coolers.
As written right now?
Right. I mean, they have to comply with other things, but not this section.
So is that simply, I mean, titles are not code, but
If we
it's,
scroll, Krista, could you scroll down? Yeah, see, we've deleted all our requirements. So things that aren't covered, things that aren't covered by the DOE standard won't be covered in code.
okay. So,
and that might be okay.
So what, do you have suggestions for the language?
Was to keep our language and then just create an exception like we do up at, just make it to the whole section.
I guess is, Krista, do you know what Mike is suggesting?
Okay, from what I'm getting at, we would strike all of the new language coming in from the IACC except that first exception. And that would go under C 410.1. Is that what you're saying, Mike?
Hang on.
Well, Mike is thinking, Lisa, what was your comment?
Hi, thanks. Yeah, when I read through this, it was like, yeah, this is a really big step back in stringency in the Washington State Code if we adopt all this. Because as Mike pointed out, it talks about refrigerated warehouse coolers and warehouse freezers, but it points it to section C402, which doesn't make sense at all because that's not what you would insulate a, well, let me back up. The reason for that change in the, I think it was 2018 that was added, was the intent was that all the requirements, the envelope requirements for both walk-in and warehouse were all defined in this chapter. And then this one sentence said that anything this section C410 does not address that's envelope related, C402 kicks in. So that took care of, you know, slab edge, stuff like that. So now if you take out all the envelope requirements in this section and only leave C402, then it appears it's pointing to C402 for the installation requirements for coolers and freezers. And those are not appropriate installation levels for coolers and freezers. Mm-hmm. So I was very confused by this chapter, these edits. And so my recommendation aligns with Mike's, is that we should keep the Washington State language, because if we adopt the IACC language, I think we're creating two problems. We're stepping backwards and we're creating this strange requirement that just doesn't make sense.
Okay, so I guess what I'm threading together is if we keep the exception here, but other than that, maintain the Washington State Energy Code language from 2018, that would be the right move.
I think that would maintain this an equivalent level of stringency so that we're not stepping back. At least that's my read on it.
I think we'd have to do something with 410.2. Because keeping some of the provisions in 410.2, we would want to keep those, but accept the DOE covered equipment from them.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Mike. Yeah.
You're talking about this?
Yeah, the items 1 through 7 then that are in our code that are getting deleted, or 1 through whatever it is.
Well, we would maintain our code, right? So I guess so the things being stricken is exception 1 through 11 in, but that's in the current Washington State Energy Code, right?
Yeah.
So we maintain all the Washington State Energy Code provisions with just adding the exception here, right? Is that?
I believe
I'm
so. Can I review this offline?
Okay.
It's when it's bigger than one screen full, it's hard to do.
Yep.
And what about the new tables? Would we keep the old tables or move with the new tables?
I believe we keep the new ones.
Yeah, because the new tables, they are per the latest
right
federal requirements, I think. I haven't gone back and compared all that, but.
Okay. I'm going to disappear for a little while.
So Mike, before you disappear, I remember this coming up at IECC, and we thought, hooray, we got rid of thousands of words that are just irrelevant because they're all in this federal standard and they all comply anyway. But you said there are smaller than 3,000 square foot units that don't have to comply with this?
It's not a big number from what I've been one conversation, Dwayne, with the guy that proposed this. It's not a big number of units. And then it would be also the warehouse coolers and freezers, although a lot of these things are probably not overly relevant.
Yeah,
So
and I've got one more comment on it.
It would not be a majority of equipment, Dwayne.
Yeah, I just said, I guess nobody realized that there was any equipment that was somehow got through without having to comply, at least with those.
When I think an argument can be made that most warehouse freezers and coolers already put in, they're going to comply with our code, whether we put it in code or not. I think some people are arguing that.
Okay, anyway, yeah, proceed.
Yeah, my final comment on this, and yeah, it'd be great to have Mike's deeper review on this, is that, you know, this section really needs to clearly differentiate between walk-in coolers and freezers and warehouse. And so that's really the wrinkle here is, and so, you know, to your point, Dwayne, I hear you. There's a lot in here that should be great to simplify all that, but that is fine for the walk-in, the smaller units, but we really do need to keep basically all this language for those controlled atmosphere warehouse facilities.
Right, so sounds like we got a code change proposal coming up, huh?
Yeah, something that would lay it out better.
All right.
Okay, so Mike, are you gonna take this and come back to it? Back to us with it in the next bit? You're on mute.
I'll come back with a quick answer of how to preserve all the requirements. I do have some sympathy for Dwayne's perspective of, oh, maybe we should just get rid of all these words. So, but It does concern me a little bit letting go of coverage for warehouse now that we've established that beachhead.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Mike, for taking this on. We'll revisit this under homework, I guess. Lisa, do you have any more questions? Your hand is up. All right, it's down. Our homework, it keeps getting longer and longer.
Okay, C411 is a Washington promulgated chapter or section, so no IECC equivalent.
Lisa.
Yeah, I actually have a question about this. We were contacted by L&I. They gave us a call a couple days ago, and they had multiple questions about this section with regards to what they were interpreting as potential conflicts with the IFC and the IEC. And, you know, it was just a brief conversation, so we've not had an opportunity to really dig into all of that. So my question is procedural. If there are conflicts between those other codes, which I believe are considered precedent codes over the energy code, whose responsibility is that to iron that out? Is that something that you just have to hope that the public's going to step in and do a code change proposal for that? Or is that something that the State Building Code Council is responsible for? I wasn't sure how to answer the questions about that.
Could I take a shot at that?
Sure.
These things have been extensively reviewed by our fire department and our electrical reviewers, and no such conflict has been found. And it's odd that L&I would get involved since they don't even recognize the energy code. So I think it's something we don't have to worry about.
Well, actually, what's interesting is that it's their factory assembled structure department. And they do enforce all the energy code requirements for those structures. And that's actually now a growing market where it's very interesting. You're starting to see these modular buildings that are being constructed, and those modules are considered factory assembled structures, which falls under L&I's jurisdiction. And so they are now starting to see much larger buildings that they're responsible for, and they are enforcing the energy code. So that's how this all came up.
Well, in that case, you could just tell them that this requires a dotted line on the roof plan, which doesn't violate anybody's code at all.
Yeah, well, I that was kind of where we were going with this, but the problem they ran into, okay, for the bigger buildings, it was fine. But then they were also asking about for some smaller buildings, and and I guess this is really a code change proposal, because the question is this really supposed to apply to a box, basically a little tiny building? Right now they're enforcing that it is, and people are scratching their head going, how the heck do I do that when my building's, a 500 square foot little space? Okay. You see what I'm saying? So that's more of a code change proposal. But again, I was just kind of curious on, like, procedurally, if that is observed for like a specific building type or something, whose responsibility is that to address it? Us. Okay.
Yep.
And this does conflict right now with the IBC appendix chapter for solar readiness, which has a different threshold that is actually less stringent than the code that we have that's actually in effect here. So I need to try to get the IBC changed, or just pull the appendix out of that, since this would take precedence over an appendix chapter.
Okay. Well, the good news about all this is that they're very interested in this section because they're seeing it falling under their jurisdiction. particularly with regards to the electrical requirements, because, at the time, this is just a readiness proposal, but, it does proceed, or that precedes actual systems being installed. And so they are interested in this language. So.
Great. Okay,
yeah.
so in the interest of time, let's consider this a code change proposal, unless you have a question about something.
No,
beyond
I
that.
don't. So I'll bring
Okay.
that up to them. That's what we recommend, is if they have concerns about the section, they should submit a code change proposal.
Sounds great. All right.
Sorry, I'm writing something down.
Yep, and great to bring up that if it conflicts with the IBC, yes, we need to iron that one out as well.
Okay, we're on to existing buildings. And for the compliance section, they reworded this section a little bit and changed the order that the words popped up, so they matched the sequence of the following sections. The big change is taking unconditioned change of condition space out of alterations and putting it into additions. So this section is pretty much just pulled from the alteration section and plunked into additions instead.
Which makes perfectly good sense, right?
Mm-hmm. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure it does make sense, just to punctuate Dwayne's, I think that was sarcasm, Dwayne?
It might just be.
That change of space condition is inherently an alteration as opposed to an addition.
Except that I think somebody was getting persnickety about the definition of an addition, which is, I think it's defined as an increase in the condition space. So if you
I stand corrected.
Well, normal humans would think of a change in space conditioning as not as an addition, which they, but as as a change to that. So I'm not, I'd rather not take this one on.
Okay.
My personal opinion.
Rather not use the green language here. And then the thing in the prior section that referred to this as a change in space conditioning as an addition.
Yeah. So addition is defined as an extension or increase in the conditioned space floor area, number of stories or height.
Lisa, you have your hand up?
Yeah, just to provide context based on the kind of tech support questions that we get. The vast majority of these are, it's a existing building where an area within that building is being carved out and changed. The space conditioning is being changed within an existing building footprint. So I would agree with Dwayne that this doesn't seem to align with the industry recognized definition of an addition.
Okay. From a stringency standpoint, are there requirements that would apply to an addition that wouldn't apply to this new definition of change of space conditioning?
Actually, it's what's interesting about this is that we did do a lot of work on this last code cycle, where when there is when you do this, if there's a change to the window to wall ratio or skylight to roof ratio, what's allowed for an addition is quite different than what's allowed for an alteration. So I would say that right now, the way a change in space conditioning or change in occupancy, both are handled under alterations, in my opinion, are more appropriate under the alteration section. And then if you were to put it under the addition section, I think that some of those allowances don't line up as well.
Yeah, from a consistency perspective.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Patrick.
I do a lot of these, and the current language is easy to comply with and is fully enforceable. I mean, we turn them in and building officials look at it and approve it or reject it, depending on, you know, if it's conditioned space, or like in the city of Seattle, if you're adding cooling or something, it gets a little more complicated, but the current language is more than adequate.
Okay. Lisa, your hand's still up. And Patrick,
Yeah, I would say I'd be comfortable making a motion that we don't adopt this assignment change and keep the Washington state language.
Okay. I feel like generally we don't need to make motions for this. We can just suggest that, and if we get general consensus and nobody speaks up against it, we don't need to do voting and all that on it at this point. But just make sure, I'm feeling like, yes, a lot of people are agreed with what you're saying, which is use the Washington State Energy Code 2018 language for this section. Mike.
Only if we're done with this topic.
Okay, so Lisa has suggested that we go back to the Washington State Energy Code language. Krista, are you clear on what she is suggesting?
Yes, I'm just trying, yeah, it's there. Yeah.
Okay, does anybody disagree with that approach? Okay, that sounds good. Let's Krista, is it going to take you a few minutes to, I guess we need to write a note on that, but just going to reject some things. We're going to take a break here in a few minutes. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? Be back at 5 after the hour, 5 after 10. The tag. A couple of us worked on a little bit of homework. And I think we have a consensus out of that. Dwayne, you have your hand raised?
Yes, I used my break time to have second thoughts about the decision we just made about the change of space conditioning. Because it occurred to me that this builds in a conflict, because we have a change of space conditioning defined essentially in the definition of additions. And then we have change of space conditioning put into the alterations section. And so we're kind of talking out of both sides of our mouth. There are certain things that apply to additions that I think we intend to apply when we take an unheated basement or a garage space or something like that and turn it into conditioned space, that we've been calling that an addition, and it has certain requirements that don't apply to alterations. So I think I blew it.
Okay. So I guess can we just, can we just go back there and reopen the discussion on this one? So Dwayne is suggesting that instead of going with the Washington State Energy Code 2018 language and not including this change in space conditioning, that we include it as written, Dwayne, or are you suggesting that we need to modify it?
I'm suggesting that we take the IECC approach.
Okay. Lisa.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Dwayne, that, you know, for a change in space conditioning, you're right that, and same for change in occupancy in both cases, what the code says is that you have to bring it up to full compliance with the current code. And so I agree with you on that one. However, the problem is that in the section below it, under prescriptive compliance for vertical fenestration area and skylight to roof ratio area down there, that's very specific between whether it's an addition or an alteration. And the language under alteration is more appropriate for a change in space conditioning on what is allowed. And so it's not just the one section. Like we can't,
by more
yeah.
appropriate.
Well, we could go through the whole thing, but
recording in progress.
Whoops. Yeah, so if you look at, I guess, Krista, if you show the vertical fenestration section for additions first, so we can go through that list. I guess the main thing is the scope is bigger than what we're talking about here. So what's allowed under addition is you can go component performance to target area adjustment for the addition area standalone, or you could do it whole building, or you could go total building performance for the addition standalone, or total building performance for the whole building. Now, if you scroll down to what it says under alterations, it's a different list. You know, it says you can comply with the vertical fenestration alternate for new vertical fenestration added, either the high performance fenestration or the daylight. And then it says you could do the whole building for, you can do a component performance for the whole building, or you could do total building performance for the whole building, but it does not allow an alteration to comply standalone, where under addition it does. So it's bigger than the one detail. And so if we made that change, we'd have to look at all of it.
What you're saying is if a building changed 5,000 square feet out of a 50,000 square feet building to a conditioned space, they would have to upgrade the entire building?
No, where it currently is, because it's under alterations, then under vertical fenestration here, what it says is that if you do that, and if you upgrade your vertical fenestration so that now you're over the 30%, and so I recognize this is, you know, small subset of the projects out there, but what it means is that it says that you can't comply component performance or whole building performance standalone for that space. The code doesn't allow you to do that. But what it does say is that, okay, you can, you know, for that vertical fenestration that's been added, you can either, you know, apply the one of the two alternates that are remaining now, which is high performance fenestration or daylight, or you do whole building, right? Whole building for the, yeah.
I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong about that one item though, Lisa. And that's that we have specific language at the beginning of additions. It says you can apply it to the addition alone or to the whole building for your compliance.
Yeah, that's what it says now under vertical fenestration. So yeah, if you go scroll down to the vertical fenestration section. Right there. Let's see. Component, yeah, so item 2.1, component performance alternative with target area adjustment for the addition area of the building only, or the whole building. And it doesn't say, it doesn't give the allowance to say, well, all you have to do is just meet the fenestration alternates. It doesn't give you that option for so if anything, it's this is more stringent, right? But yeah, this allows that an addition to comply standalone as if its own little building. And if it's under alteration, that's different. And so all I'm saying is that it's a bigger scope if we adopt this.
Well, I'd still, well, this is, yeah, recognizing that there might be some complexities that we have to untangle going forward, but
yeah,
it seems like the general principle of putting change of space conditioning into additions was actually the correct way to go. And we should do that. And then I don't think we have to perfect other language here. I don't think it's less stringent at all.
Let's see.
Mike Kennedy?
I just wanted to comment, there is this funny thing about if an addition doesn't have new vertical fenestration, does this, I mean, is that, those cases don't seem to be addressed here.
It's not a problem though. If there's no new vertical fenestration, then there's nothing that has to be done. I don't see how that's a problem.
It says new area, not new fenestration. It says new area. So you could have new windows, right?
Well, alterations can have new windows too. Yeah.
Well, I guess this, if this was has new vertical fenestration area, would that make sense? That means new area of vertical fenestration. Or did I totally misunderstand the conversation?
Well, I find the language challenging.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about too. For this one, because again, you know, a lot of effort went into this new language last code cycle. I'll take this on as homework during the meeting to see if I can, because I appreciate what Dwayne's saying. I mean, I agree that, you know, a change in space conditioning and a change of occupancy, both of them really are supposed to comply with, you know, provide full compliance with the code, which is different than an alteration. So we kind of have two things going on at the same time here. And I don't know if just moving this into addition is the right way to do it. So,
well, I think moving it into addition is absolutely what we have to do. And I don't know that we have to clean up all this language now for the integrated draft.
I see. So you're suggesting that that move just be made, and then now it's turning into a code change proposal that has to be
and then we can have, yeah, we can have a few
Yeah.
weeks and a strong cup of coffee and actually do the language.
Yeah, because doing on the fly like this is, we're not going to be able to sort out the changes in stringency. Like, I'm not sure actually if doing it this way is more stringent or less stringent, which is ultimately, that's really all we're supposed to be doing right now. So
I will say that if I add an addition with no windows, it's not clear what I do.
yeah.
I mean, in this section, I don't believe.
Yeah, but that's not, I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, but that's not relevant to this particular detail on, you know, whether we move this particular type of thing in here.
Well, it is though, because there's no coverage. I mean, what happens if you have no window here in this language? Does the rest of the building have to comply, envelope have to comply with anything? I don't think so.
Well, that's
as
Dwayne.
the-
Yeah, that's
as-
Dwayne's point.
As the code official on the call, I wouldn't be, if there's no windows, none of those things that talk about window area would apply.
Yeah, but there's nothing that covers the rest of the envelope except in the context of window area, I believe.
But when you're under addition, then you have to make the addition comply with code.
Okay, from the general chapter.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Patrick.
Dwayne, okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Patrick. You may be on mute, Patrick.
There we go. I'm going to say it again. Right now, in the current language, we have 100% compliance by the people that apply for the permit. And for the people that are reviewing the permit, we have 100% compliance. It's not confusing. Everything is covered. Additions stand alone, or they can be put together in one big calculation. If the existing building, if you open up cavities, you have to bring those up to the maximum insulation available. I don't see any reason to change it or make it any more confusing. If people are confused right now, what do you think is going to happen going forward? If you don't, what happens is, right now we have 100% compliance. And if you twist it all up and make it confusing, and then you end up not having 100% compliance, you're going backwards, not forwards.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. I heard that Lisa wanted to come back to the group in a bit with some suggestions. Is that true, Lisa?
Yeah, I'll take a closer look at this while we're having a discussion on other things and see if I can, because I appreciate what Dwayne's saying. I mean, and actually, how the best way to compare this is to look at the section C505.
Yep.
And section C505 is essentially enforcing, very similar requirements as this one. And it's interesting that it's got its own section and change in space conditioning does not. So maybe that's the better way to handle it, as to Dwayne said, over a cup of coffee, do a code change proposal. But yeah, for today, I'll do a closer look to just from the lens of, does this change the level of stringency? And then come back.
Okay, thank you so much. Does anybody have any parting thoughts for Lisa as she embarks on this exploration? Okay, well then let's move on.
I had a comment on 501.3.
501.3, okay.
Okay. Is it, I guess the question, okay, it's fixed in this version. Okay.
All right.
I don't have a comment on it.
Any comments on any of the other wording changes under additions? It's pretty much just attempting to clarify.
So Lisa and Patrick, you still both have your hands up. I don't know if you want the floor or. Okay, let's move on.
Clarification under roof replacement. You can't reduce the U factor or R value or increase the U factor.
Makes sense.
Just adding the references for commissioning. Nothing on repairs. Nothing in change of occupancy or use. And then just the updates for the various standards. And the new standards included.
So this moves us to ASHRAE 2019 90.1. I guess. Yep. Here we are. And for 90.4. Cool.
There's a new appendix that I assume that we won't be including since it's administrative and under the jurisdiction of local jurisdictions.
You assume we will or won't, Krista?
Will not.
Okay.
But
It's in that.
there.
What was that?
It's there to look at, but my assumption is that we wouldn't include it. This would normally be done under the building code or just general zoning and land use or municipal.
I agree on that one.
There's also a new appendix for zero energy.
The zero code.
Dwayne, I know you haven't seen this before. So you might need some time to react.
And that's all of the new code language.
Okay, well, I think with the exception of homework, we have general consensus on the various pieces that we have. So what I'd like to do, and I'll accept any comments on it, is go back through the homework in order of the code, and I have a list of that, and Krista sent me, so we can go through that in order, calling on various people and talk through all of that and get a general consensus on that. And then we would, I guess, move forward with voting on the code as a whole. And then we would go back and come up with a list of substantive changes that needs to be published alongside the integrated draft. Does anybody have any comments on that set of procedures? Okay, let's go back to the homework. So Krista, I have as the first bit of homework. All right, well, I guess, do you have a list of homework that you are just going to go through?
Well, this is the same list I sent you.
Yep.
And my first one was the definitions for data center and data center systems that Mike Kennedy wanted to research.
Mike, are you? There you are.
Okay. We want to keep the Washington State definition, which is right out of 90.4. I can understand, I think the IECC's intent is that this is a reference from the mechanical code, so they're dropping out electrical systems. But the intent is the electrical systems are fairly entwined with the HVAC systems because they're powering not only the ITE equipment, but also the HVAC systems generally. So I think we want to keep that. We will review that. There is a planned proposal to bring us up to the current version of 90.4. The IECC did not adopt it, so.
Any discussion on this topic? Come on, people, I want to see your emoticons. I see some hearts or some clapping of hands for Mike's work. Okay, we have a couple thumbs up. Okay, great. Let's move on. Next piece of homework.
Okay, next is Lisa with 402-133 on greenhouses.
Yeah, this was, the discussion was whether, let's see, I'll have to get that in front of me here. Let's see, you're gonna have to refresh my memory on what we changed from the IC.
Let's see, it was whether to keep the orientations and whether to call it non-opaque or fenestration.
Yeah, yeah. I went back, God, I don't know if Neil's on the call. I did go back and look at this, and the it was more from the perspective of the U factor. See, that's what I thought when I was looking at, is that I thought that I was looking at whether we were going to keep the southeast and west versus and north, or make them both the same. That's what I looked into. Oh, so maybe I was looking at the wrong thing. But I will say that with regards to the code change proposal that this put together originally, that, you know, a non-opaque roof is something different than what is defined as a skylight. Because we're talking about a greenhouse, it could be obviously the entire roof. And then the same thing with regards to non-opaque walls. Some of the details about a definition of vertical fenestration doesn't quite align with the materials that are used for this. And so responding back to that, I would say that the non-opaque terminology does align better with the products that are available. Like, that's what they're referred to. They're not referred to as what we consider fenestration, you know, windows and skylights, because those are tended to be packaged units, but that's not what we're talking about for a greenhouse. So I would say that my interpretation of this is that the non-opaque roof terminology is more accurate than switching it to just skylight and vertical fenestration.
Any comments on this?
The word non-opaque just seems,
yeah,
like it's making what's already a hard document to follow just that much more obscure.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying on that one. But, you know, using the word skylight, I mean, skylight has a definition and vertical fenestration has a definition, and that doesn't align very well when you look at the definitions to what materials we're really talking about. So that's the wrinkle. So my vote would be to keep non-opaque for now, and then, you know, have some clever person come up with a better term.
But I'm sorry, but vertical fenestration is just fenestration in a wall, right? It's fenestration with a angle of less than 60 degrees, and a skylight is fenestration in a roof. And who cares if the entire roof is skylight? I don't see why this is a problem.
And is that Christopher, refresh my memory, I'm sorry, was this something that the IECC proposed?
Yeah, the new language at the IECC was fenestration and skylight vertical fenestration.
Okay, well,
and then they did not have the orientation, they just had skylight and vertical fenestration values.
Got it. Okay. Well, so as I said, my research was to look back and consider the orientation part. And so in response to that, I would say that if we adopted that it doesn't talk about orientation at all, and that we set it to the 0.6, which is the more stringent of the two, that would be an increase in stringency. What I don't, and I'm assuming that, you know, we're fine with products. So if that's what the IACC proposed, that would be more stringent than what we have. So that was what I thought my homework was that. And I don't see a reason why that would be a problem. But you know, to Dwayne's point, you know, if we're all comfortable with just using skylight and vertical fenestration, I'm fine with that.
Any other comments?
Must be somebody besides Lisa and I that have some opinion on that.
Yeah, Neil would, but he's not on the call. Or Nick O'Neill, sorry. Nick O'Neill.
Patrick.
I agree with Dwayne. Using the term non-opaque is something we just don't use in the industry.
Okay, I'm good with that. And you know, as if we go ahead and just say we'll adopt and, you know, remove the orientation component of it, then yes, then our code now is more stringent than it was in 2018, because in 2018 the southeast and west could be a higher U factor, so we would be progressing.
There's something on the shelves in the drugstore called non-aspirin, and I've always wondered, like, what? Anyway.
What is that? Yeah. So Chris, with all that mess, I guess what we're saying is that, you know, removing non-opaque, so keeping the IACC language, so it just says skylights and vertical fenestration, just keep that. And then also keep their recommendation, which is just to remove the orientation component of it. And make it all points, as long as what it turns into is that it's all 0.6, the more stringent of the two. So we're not going backwards.
Any comments on that? Okay, Mike has given us a positive sign. Okay, if there's no more comments, then we'll assume that everybody is. Lisa, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Again, having technical difficulties. Yeah, sorry.
No worries. Okay, so I will just we'll move on, thinking that nobody else has comments on this. So great.
Okay, so the next is swinging door, non-swinging door, garage door. So this is involving table C40214 and section C40244.
This is one where I did a little bit of homework on it, and I talked to Mike Kennedy as well. And I think we agreed that we can actually remove a bunch of language and make it clearer based on integrating the two together. So Krista, I sent you that.
Yep, looking
piece.
for it. There it is.
So it'd be adding the garage door 14 to 25% glazing into the opaque door table that already exists and taking it out of the language that is 3 or 4 pages later. So it's clearer, and I think it was going to be 0.34. Maybe I accidentally sent you 0.31. What I meant was 0.34, which is, I think, where the code is now. Apologies for that. And then based on this and adding a definition of garage door, we could then remove most of the language under C4 2.4.4 and just include the things that were actually useful to have in that section.
And the garage door is 0.31, right?
Oh, is it 0.31? I thought it was.
No, I think you're right. The non-swinging door is 3.4 and the garage door is 3.1. In our current code.
But that garage door is less than 14% glazed.
Right.
So then, so it would also replace this area up here. Just yeah. So do take the useful bits from the text and put them down there, and then also clarify that anything over 25% glazing uses the vertical fenestration pathway and not the opaque door pathway.
25%?
Yeah, and I think that actually reflects where the code is right now. The way I read the code now is that anything over 25% would kick you into the vertical fenestration section.
I thought it was
interpreted it as if it was between 14 and 50%, it would become a non-swinging door. And over 50%, it's fenestration.
Yeah, where is the 25 to 50% covered?
I don't think there's any 25%. I think it's the 14% is the limit for a garage door.
I think the 25% is coming out of the IECC.
Oh, really?
That
The
language.
section that's highlighted there.
Huh.
Because they gave that group what, a 0.44, but they didn't cover 0.25 to 0.5 in their code.
And in the definition of vertical fenestration is doors with no more than 50% glazed area. Or at least that is in our current code.
So maybe we need to make that the table entry 14% to 50%.
That sounds good.
Yeah, and in the new ECC, it's also 50% of the definition of vertical fenestration.
And is it or
0.34, I think.
Yeah, that's our current non-swinging door U value.
Okay. Are you ready to move on? Mike?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, are we going to change that 25 to 50
Yes.
in the
I think
table? And then we could even get rid of this clause about 25% in the text.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
The non-swinging door in the table is 0.31, not 0.34.
That's in the IECC. And the IECC is breaking, well, yeah, I guess technically. So we'd have 0.34 for 14% to 25, and then 0.31 for
0 to 14.
25 to 50. No, let's just make them all 0.34.
Okay, so they're now all 0.34?
No, just the garage door over 14%.
Okay.
Because that's the one the IECC gives a 0.44 value to. So we adopt the WSEC 0.34
Okay.
for non-swinging door.
So does the non-swinging door in the table revert back to 0.34?
No, non-swinging door would go to 0.31 because the IECC changed it to 0.31, but it's just the garage door.
So this sentence does go away, correct? Or this part of the sentence?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Mike Kennedy gives us a thumbs up. So does Mike Fowler. Okay, well, let's move on unless there's any, I don't hear any other comments. So let's move on.
403-411. So integrating the IECC language with the Washington State language. And I missed who was assigned this or said they were taking on this integration.
That was me and Mike and Alan. I think we had some email back and forth, but we actually didn't get around to resolving this. In terms of kind of what we wanted to propose. Mike, I don't know if you have any kind of additional thoughts based on our email.
Could we pop the IECC language up there, Krista?
It's right there on the right, right?
Right there.
The question was, they have a list of all the places where electric resistance can be used. And that was the real, it's on the right. Oh, okay, I can't see that. Let's see. Man, I've got zoom controls all over that.
Krista just pasted it into the main body of it.
Yeah, I mean,
code.
No, I can see it now. Oh, okay, now it's over there. My concern about actually all of these items is this is the kind of stuff where we wind up with the good old standard thermostat that turns on the resistance anytime there's a setup or the space temperature is not meeting set point. And this is how we wind up with like 20% of the time it's running as a furnace, which means 50% of the energy is as a furnace as opposed to a heat pump. So that was my concern. Just that it's kind of letting them do whatever they want to catch those 4 conditions. And especially the interaction with the thermostat and the heat pump is, I mean, these things, I mean, well, some units are packaged with their own thermostat, but a lot of units aren't. I had a real problem with 1, 3, and 4 on this one. So, but I think other people all thought they were reasonable. I talked to a person who knows a lot about heat pumps and whose company was a pretty strong champion of the cutout for a while. And his feeling is actually those cutouts get defeated pretty quickly.
Defeated
every time
meaning-
they undersize, and his feeling is they typically are undersizing heat pumps. And so then they wind up running resistance a lot more than desired. But so he left me kind of unsure where to go. But in the past, we've been pretty clear. I mean, this has been in the code since 2009, just as it is now.
So the questions in my mind are, is the 40 degrees versus the vapor compression cycle providing the necessary heat seems like something that we would want to make a decision on. And then the exception as well, if we want to keep the exception in the code, because the exception doesn't seem to be in the ECC language. Are those kind of the main points, or what are the other decision points that we need to consider?
I think part of it is also just that the current language and the IECC language have cover some pretty different things, right?
Yep.
Like, Mike was saying, right, IECC language covers this issue around, if it can't meet set point, if there's a malfunction, whereas the existing language also addresses startup, setup, and has the language around, lockout, LED indicators. So they kind of have different things, and they're kind of going crosswise a bit. I mean, I think Mike, I agree with kind of the issues around sort of defining like malfunction and kind of defining what happens if something can't meet set point and the risk of something being undersized. Like it's a valid kind of, but it's also kind of a valid use case. So
I guess given the questions, if we maintain the Washington State Code language, we're obviously not going backwards, right? That we're meeting our charge of not going backwards. And we could always entertain a code proposal to include the IECC language. Is there something about in the IECC language that would make a great addition to the Washington State Energy Code language? And I see lots of hands raised. So Lewis was first.
I was just gonna say, I think the Washington Code language is probably more getting at the intent that things set up right. I think the IEC language to me is sort of, it's kind of not something you would do at time of permit or be concerned about. So to me, it just seems like what we're trying to get in the Washington Code language is sort of there. And so the other stuff is sort of like, in other words, if you undersize the equipment, then of course you'll need the vapor compression cycle can't handle it. So therefore you'll need electric heat. So you can basically do a bad design and use electric heat all the time. So me, I'd just rather stick with what we got in Washington.
Okay, Dwayne?
I think that following our rules, we would not accept any of the IECC language, and we would strike our PTAC exception.
Because that exception is not in the IECC. Basically, It would be adopting the IECC by striking that exception.
Yep.
Okay. Alex?
I would recommend including items 3 and 4 from the IECC language into our exceptions, just for clarity.
Thanks. Mike?
A couple of comments. I guess I disagree with Dwayne that their language, that's how a PTAC runs. It turns on the electric resistance all the time. They run as electric resistance 90% of the time. And those 4 items are why. Anytime the thermostat's less than a degree, isn't made by a degree, it runs in its, so anytime there's a setup, anytime there's, defrost, they actually, PTACs are going to be completely allowed. Technically, PTACs, except for one manufacturer, would be banned by the Washington language.
Okay, so I guess as far as moving forward, Mike, you'd be fine with striking out the IECC language, but keeping the exception in the Washington State Code language? Is that where I hear you going?
Well, I think that needs to get, we got to decide whether we're going to allow package terminal heat pumps in their standard form or not with that exception. And I think that's probably a code change.
Okay.
But currently the equipment doesn't meet it except for, as I say, one manufacturer.
Okay.
Well, Mike, my thought is that our rule says that IECC in this case is more stringent since they don't have that particular exception.
No, but the items 1 through 4 allow any package terminal heat pump to qualify.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Because that's, I mean, because there's no definition of what those things are, the manufacturer can decide whatever they mean. And they can just run the resistance all the time, basically.
Mm-hmm. Lewis.
Oh, sorry, I just didn't lower my hand. Thanks.
Okay, so it sounds like I'm hearing that if we maintain the Washington State language with the exception, we are going to be in good shape and not run afoul of any rules and have a consistent code and all that. Mike McGivern.
I'd just like to add that the Washington rules as is are actually enforceable, whereas the IEEC language would be unenforceable because when the inspections transpire, none of this is in play.
Okay, great. Okay.
I agree with that.
So, show of emoticons. Are you feeling good about this? All right, we're feeling good. Some people even love it, which is high praise for a tag meeting. All right, let's move on.
Next is 40371. And looking at how the changes in this section impact our DOAS requirements.
This was a Mike Kennedy extra credit.
Yeah, well, this was
homework.
Nick O'Neill was, it would be his thing if he was here, but he couldn't be here. He really wanted to have this IECC language in the code, and I had some problems with it, and so we addressed them, I think, and it's in this. And basically, the 2 issues I had was one, where we have DOAS, the single zone equipment's not providing ventilation. So changed the all single zone systems, added the which provide ventilation. So we added that. And then the other problem that I had with the other sentence was there were a lot of ands in it. And so we broke it into 2 sentences here. So all single zone systems shall have it. And then DCV shall also be provided, and that's in all the current language. And at the time, the 3 people on the, Caroline and Nick and I found this a little clearer. If we go back to the language in the current integrated draft, it was a little confusing, that first paragraph. Just the double ands, and spaces, and occupant load. And this is the intent of the proposal to the IECC. We don't really know how the IECC is going to choose to interpret this, actually. There was one other change, Kristen, I don't know that it was showed, but on item 3, we would change that to multiple zone system.
Well, Chris is changing that. Are there comments, questions, clarifications? Thumbs up, thumbs down, emoticons. All right. Thank you for that extra credit, Mike and Nick in absentia.
That's a good change.
Okay, next one is 403.8.4. So this was David Reddy and Lewis on harmonizing the Washington state language and IECC language.
David?
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. I had forwarded to you at least, Chell, the draft changes here. And then Lewis, I think I saw yours saying you agreed with the suggested changes. Is that right?
Yeah, I think there was only one issue, is the range hood. I mean, I don't think it's a big deal, but I was kind of trying to figure out the way they rate range hood is HVI, which doesn't have an external static pressure it rates it at. But I don't know, it seems like it's in the residential that way, so maybe it's fine.
So Krista, I just forwarded that David and Lewis's emails. No, not that one. It's the internet hasn't gotten it to you yet.
It was curious. One of the things David identified is that they, in the footnote, they had the range hoods, but they had left it out of the table, which didn't really make much sense. It's like they allude to the range hoods in the IECC, but then you go up into the table and then they didn't have a range hood. So it seems like it was an oversight on their part.
Yeah. Yeah, and so I can summarize the change, which is to add a line for it to include the range hoods, which was the same as the residential code in terms of the requirements. And then to delete the exceptions 3 and 4, because I don't know where exactly those exceptions came from. I didn't see them in the ICC, and the number 3 exempts a lot of systems that would be covered by the HRV or ERV requirement. So I think that's a reduction in stringency. And then number 4 is a reword of an exception that is in the residential code that I don't think is really needed. So that's the only changes I had summarized in that document.
Okay, the internet seems to be slow because Chris is not getting my email. What if we come back to this one when we have when the internet decides to cooperate? Unless Krista, you have enough to go on, and the tag has enough to go on based on what was verbally suggested.
So this just came straight out of the residential code, correct?
That's right. Yep. Yeah, 2.8 was the number I recall. Yeah.
Does the range hood have a amount, David? Max flow rate, or I can't remember.
It didn't, but this whole section, by the definition of low capacity as being 12 horsepower, 62 watts, limits these flows quite a bit, actually. And I think I would hope that there's a code proposal to raise that up to something higher. So the maximum airflows are limited just by the limitation of the section.
Okay, well, let's move to the next homework, and then we'll come back and look at this once Krista gets the email where we can.
Well, I think that covers it, if that's.
Yeah, no, that's what was in Lewis. I'm sorry, I'm on my phone now, so I can't confirm, but Lewis, if you have it, I'm pretty sure that covers the change.
I think so. I think that was it. I'll take a look here real quick. I'm looking right now in my email. A second.
Domestic range hood under exception 2 was struck. Well, it doesn't say who struck it.
Actually, David does have a few more things in here. On 403.8 fan and controls, he added low capacity ventilation after fan motors.
That's right. I'm sorry. I'm remembering now.
And then I think he also added, once you get that piece picked up, there was on 403.8.4, there's 1/12 horsepower piece that he added into the section.
Isn't that already there?
I'm looking. Yes, maybe it was. Okay, then that's fine. And I did find some kind of spelling error somewhere, but it says booster pans. I think that's booster fans. I was able to find the grammar errors. That was my main no. Let's see, low capacity. I'm trying to see if you got that other one. 403.8, the section up. Did you get? Whoops, yeah, oops, going past it.
That's right. There was a necessary, right here. Instead of group R occupancy exhaust fans shall also comply with, that needs to be changed to low capacity.
Right.
Yeah.
Get rid of group R, I think.
Yeah.
Low capacity ventilation. Or let's see, ventilation fans, and took out the word exhaust. Maybe David can explain why he did that. I'm sure it's good reason.
Well, it covers more than just exhaust fans. Now it's ventilation fans in general. Pretty much, I think it's just using the title of the section here when referencing it.
And then at the table heading, he changed as well. I think it said group R and he turned it to something else. Let me see, find that.
I think that's already covered with the new table. Yeah.
Okay.
That's all the changes that I see in the markup that I have.
Oh, and look, it just popped into my mailbox.
Right.
Sorry, I apologize for not copying you, Krista.
That's fine.
Oh, was there one? I was trying to see. Maybe that's it. Let me do a real quick look real here. Yeah, I think that's it.
I see one more, I think. So under the exceptions, the domestic range hoods should be struck because it is covered by the addition to the table.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's it. Going from memory.
Yeah, I think it's it.
Okay. Is there
All right.
general agreement for that?
We don't hear dissension. All right, well, let's move on.
This is actually going back. This was something I was supposed to research yesterday and didn't. The change for shut-off dampers, IECC had 300 CFM. Washington State Energy Code had 400 CFM, and IECC changed to 300 back in 2015, and we had rewritten this section and kept it at 400, and I could not remember the reason why, and I think I started to look it up and got sidetracked onto another research project and just never got back to it. So I don't know if anybody else remembers why, or if we just move forward with the 300, and if anybody comes up with a compelling reason to put it back via code change proposal, since the 300 CFM is more stringent.
Okay, 300 looks good. Anybody have an emoticon for that?
I was going to probably say the reason, the difference between the 3 and the 400 is the availability of seals on that kind of equipment. Maybe Mike Kennedy would probably know about what I'm talking about, but in certain size equipment, they don't actually sell seals on it. And that may be what they're trying to get at that. But that being said, times have changed as they go to, like a 4-ton piece of, or 3-ton piece of equipment, when you do your outside air or something. There's kind of a rule of thumb would be, 25% of that number is probably your outside air. So that might be where they're coming with 400, but maybe Mike, does that jog your memory at all? Maybe why that 400%?
I think this is one where we chose not to follow the IECC and moving their number back up. It's not coming out of the 2009 Washington Energy Code. The other place to check is ASHRAE, and I haven't gotten there yet. So I mean, most equipment will come with mechanical dampers on the air intake. I mean, to the extent that they have dampers, I guess where this gets to be an issue would be in DOAS, I suppose.
Seems like if the national standard code has moved to 300, then that must, one would assume that they did product research on that and selected that number because there were products available.
One would like to think that.
I don't think that's too optimistic. So I'll suggest we move forward with 300 unless others have.
ASHRAE's 300.
Okay, so if the national standards are all 300, that seems very reasonable to move forward with 300 to me, at least.
Okay, next one is 403-921.
Oh, 3921.
And Lisa Rosenau was going to see if she could think of a new section title, since it's condenser heat recovery and not just heat recovery.
Yeah, I sent you both an email with this. Looking through it, really, it's a pretty simple change. I think you could just add the word condenser at the beginning, and you do that for both C403 9.2.1 and C403 9.2.4. You could put the word condenser in front of both of them, and I think that is a clear title. And then I have a question. While I was in here digging around in this, I did find under section C403.9.2.2, which is steam condensate systems, there was a code change proposal under the 2018 code that cleaned up this section. That I had noticed this, but it appears that cleanup did not occur in the 2018 code. And so the errors were kept. And then those same errors are now appearing again in the 2021 code. So does this mean the code change proposal has to be submitted again, or what's the procedure for that?
Let me take a look at it and see what happened, and I will let you know if it's an errata item or if it needs to be submitted again.
Okay, great. And the language that, again, I was going back through the original code change proposal for that, on what I had recorded is what the tag voted on. I included that in the email.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's in there. And while we're here, if I could bring up, because I was in the middle of this, I was digging through this. I did find a couple errors. Is it appropriate to bring that up now, or should I send that to you as a errata items for later?
Why don't you send them to me as errata?
Okay, all right. And then Jill, one last thing, just as a topic that, again, I didn't see it, but I think it would be helpful to have the tag take a look at it, is that we're a little further up here, section C403.4.1.4 for heated and cooled vestibules. Again, this could be just a code change proposal, but it'd be tiny.
What was the section number again?
C403.4.1.4. There, where it says heated and cooled vestibules. The one detail that's kind of problematic with this section is that it says heating systems for heated vestibules and air curtains. And vestibules and air curtains are very different things. And so just as a thought, it may be helpful to at least add air curtains to the title so that it's clear. Otherwise, nobody's going to see this. You know, that because air curtains is buried in the section, but we're talking about two very different elements.
Can we do that today, Krista?
Yeah,
Okay, why don't we just add that and move on?
Great. Thank you.
The curtains. Yep. All right. Our next section.
403, 924 and 25.
Okay, and who's on the spot for this one?
Yeah, this is something that both Mike and I looked at, and actually Mike had put together some code language improvements, actually for the 2018 code.
Are we talking about the same section?
Oh, whoops, you went back. No, I'm sorry. I thought she was looking at the duct one. Which one are we talking about now? Let's see. Which section now, Krista, are we looking at?
403.9.2.5 for heat recovery for space conditioning in healthcare facilities, and then
okay.
back to
yeah, I thought we already covered those.
yeah. And then how that affected existing requirements. And we had initially said we were going to strike the IACC language, go with the Washington State, and look for proposals. And somebody was going to look at correlating the requirements.
Yeah, I didn't have that on my to-do list.
I had this as Mike Kennedy, David Reddy, and Robbie O'Lear.
Oh,
But didn't
drop the ball.
Krista, didn't we suggest that this was a code change? That striking this was okay and it'd be a code change proposal? if
Yeah,
we-
I think that's where it ended up.
Yeah, so we could discuss this today if we want, but
No, this is an offline one.
okay.
Yeah, I think we all, this is Eric, sorry about that, but we did discuss that. I remember we even didn't we even take a vote for that? Joe? Sorry, I mean, I thought that was off. I thought we already went through this.
We may have taken a vote on it. I would have to look at the meeting minutes. Let's see if we took a vote on this, but it sounds like nobody opposes striking this and having and entertaining code change proposals in the next 60 days. Is that consistent with what you were saying, Eric?
Yeah, I remember at our last meeting, we did speak about this and then we all just agreed that we're going to strike it.
Yep. Okay, strike it, move on.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and now we're on to Lisa and correlating the duct verbiage with the duct insulation table.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I get, that's where that was topic I thought we were on a minute ago. So yeah, Dwayne, Mike put together some preliminary code change proposal language that addresses the issue that was brought up at the last meeting. And so I think that this would be best addressed with a code change proposal. And so we'll take that on versus us as a tag trying to fix this now.
So Lisa, would we accept the additional language here, or would we not accept the additional language?
I think the question wasn't whether I don't I don't recall whether we were going to not adopt it. I think the
Okay.
concern was that there was some issues in that we've got conflicting language in here. If you scroll up above that outdoor air table, Krista,
Okay.
we basically, the problem is where it says outdoor air, inside conditioned space and upstream of an automatic shutoff damper, that gives an installation requirement there. And then in the body of section C403 10.11, it points to chapter C402. So you've got two,
Yep.
it has installation requirements, two different types of installation requirements for the same thing. And Mike's code change proposal language cleans that up pretty well. And so I think that would be the better approach, would be to do code change proposal.
That sounds great.
Yeah. So that we'll add that to our file.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, next one is C40471. And I think this one we had determined was going to be a code change proposal. Lisa and Dwayne were going to take a look at this and fix the conflicts within the circulation system and the heated water on-demand circulation system language.
Ah, I have no memory of that, but sure.
I don't either. Although we are planning on submitting a code change proposal that would address the circulation system section of the code. So maybe that's the answer.
Sounds good to me. Okay, now we're moving into lighting. And Dwayne had a proposal to fix some of the problems on the integration for this. Let me find it.
I think I was able to, without changing any of these requirements, just kind of tidy everything up so that it said what we meant to say without quite so many incorrect and cross references.
And who worked with you, Dwayne?
Nobody.
Nobody. Dwayne did this all by himself. Okay. Do you want to does anybody want this explained in more detail, or I guess scroll through it and see if anybody has any concerns?
The one thing that Dwayne is striking, which I just want to note it though, if we had a dwelling unit or something that qualifies as a dwelling unit inside of a hotel, which I believe it doesn't say anything about transient or anything. You could have just a unit that has cooking facilities and then it's a dwelling unit. And currently they would be required to have lighting controls like a hotel. And here they're just treating all dwelling units as basically like multifamily.
Which language bit are you talking about?
Well, it's the language that's been struck from the current Washington code.
Yeah, I just have a cleanup version here for you, but my thought was that yeah, there are certain instances of dwelling units, and we tried to break it out last time so that dwelling units that happened other than in multifamily buildings would have some special rules. But sometimes that's a caretaker's unit, it at a factory or, you know, there's a bunch of things that could be dwelling units elsewhere, but I just didn't see any purpose in maintaining rules that had separate rules for dwelling units that we would have to then define. So anyway, I think this, it doesn't treat a dwelling unit that's in what's otherwise a hotel building any different than any other dwelling unit.
But it treats it differently than the sleeping units in that building.
Right.
Even though it might still be a rental.
Yeah, and I think we got onto this a little bit last meeting, that there are popular, you know, timeshares and like that are dwelling units really, but that are simultaneously rentals. And I was fine with leaving the dividing point as whether they were dwelling units or sleeping units, rather than saying dwelling units in multifamily buildings have one set of rules, and then dwelling units that might occur anywhere else have a separate set of rules.
Okay.
Comments, suggestions, clarifications for Dwayne on this proposed update?
I might point out something that if you scroll down to the bottom of this, wasn't clear, that item number 3, I was kind of waffling over, but what it means is that, and I think this was intended at ICC, was that in dwelling units, the lighting has to either be controlled by dimmers or by aux sensors, which is something entirely new, but at least this would be our starting point for any code change proposals.
Okay, I'm not seeing any comments, any hands raised, anything. So this seems reasonable to me. So let's move to the next one.
Okay, next is C40522. And this was just, CJ had commented that she was thinking about doing code change proposal to clean up this section.
Okay. CJ.
Sure. Mostly I just think that the language that is within the IECC is cleaner than the Washington state language. So after taking a closer look at it, I felt like it would be worthwhile to adopt it in total for this specifically 2.2 section.
Okay. Great. Are there any questions or comments about? Okay. All right. Well, let's move on.
And this is probably more a future thing than talking about it here. This was both CJ and Lisa.
CJ has her hand up again, so.
On
Go
the
ahead, CJ.
antimicrobial.
Yeah, so basically what I'm saying, I guess, Krista, if you can go back up to section C405.2.2, is that the IACC's language is actually different than what's shown here in the Washington state. Very slight differences. Just looking at the actual text of the IACC language, it says time switch controls. Each area of the building that is not provided with occupant sensor controls complying with section blah shall be provided with time switch controls complying with section blah. So it gets rid of the digital timer switch controls language that we have here. And then the exceptions are a list of 5 points instead of the way that it's written right here. So I guess I would just encourage us to go ahead and change this entire way that it's written in the Washington Code to the way that the IEC code is written. I just think it's easier to understand. It gets rid of some of the references. Like I mean, they don't have anything about a digital timer switch. They just say it needs to be time switch controls, which I think is reasonable. I think it's confusing to have these references to other sections in the way that it's described here. I didn't see any benefit to it. So I just want to make sure it's clear that that's what I'm suggesting based on the review.
Question for you, CJ.
Yeah.
I think that the digital timer switch that came in a couple code cycles ago, where somebody said, well, we can have these little things. You twist the timer switch, you know, for a space that should be allowed. And so if you take this out, does it still, just want to make sure that it's still allowable to use those devices?
Well, I don't really have a problem with those devices, considering from an energy saving standpoint, you're not going to have the lights on very long because you're going to set it manually, and then it allows you to have a timer switch in a storage like that closet or something like that. I don't know how that would be applicable nowadays, so it doesn't seem terribly important to keep in that distinction.
This is Lois. I was thinking, and maybe Dwayne, you can, I can't think what they call these timers, but they have timers that come out and people just pull all the little time switch and it just basically stays on all the time. So I think that's why maybe the digital timer is concerned, not so much the twisty one, but there's other kinds of timers that are, I forgot what they're called, but they're not like your typical switch that, it's not your twisty switch. It's another kind of time clock that doesn't work so well. I don't know, maybe that might be the issue.
Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, the time switch that I believe, I think this was Eric Vandermeer that was passionate about not the time switch, the timer was like in storage facilities where you just have a 60-minute timer and it counts down, just a twist dial. And that is the standard control, and it's a great control in those spaces. So I don't know about removing it. I did want to say that we added a clause in C405.2.1 to the IECC language. It says stuff in this special applications lighting doesn't have to comply with this. Oh, okay, I see we brought it down, sorry. Yeah, number one, if we revert to the IECC language, I think we should still put in that unless specifically required to comply.
And 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4 would be 2, 3, 4, and 5 without the provisional sentence in front of it.
Mm-hmm. So I guess CJ's suggestion that we use the IECC language, would that be radically different than what we have on the screen?
Let's see. Time switch controls. I think you've picked it up. I think, Krista, you can probably see if it's different, but it looks like you've picked it up.
Okay, and then the question about the highlighted sentence, digital timer, looks like we're striking that out.
And a good reason is that looking at this integrated draft for 2.1, I don't see digital timer switches mentioned. Oh wait, yes it is. It's exception 4.
Mike Kennedy.
Oh, sorry. Hands
Louis
up.
Starr.
Sorry, I forgot to lower my hand.
Okay, your arms are probably getting tired holding it up all the time. Okay, so do we have general consensus? Show me your emoticons around the language that's on the screen that generally reflects the IECC language.
Well, the way it reads now with that stricken, if you do put one of those digital switches, you know, in your storage room or something, it still needs time switch controls. Maybe that's not a big deal.
I was just going to respond to Dwayne. I think it is the same thing. I think a digital switch and a timer switch would be the same thing unless I'm.
Well, I think the time controls is that big building system that shuts everything off at 7 o'clock.
Talking about the difference between these two things.
Yeah.
Are they defined?
Well, they have to comply with the next section.
Okay. Time switch is defined-ish here. But the other word, digital timer switch. So time switch is defined right below, but digital timer switch, is that not the same thing?
No, it's not the same thing. If you scroll back up, Krista, to C405.2.1 in the exceptions. There I go. Exception number 3, well, it's now number 4, is digital timer switch controls. And then it kind of says what a digital timer switch does.
Okay.
And it's different. I think there's those little things that go tick, 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 you know, until it shuts off the lights.
What I have in my bathroom for the bath fan. Okay, so are we okay with the language, or do we still have some more discussion points in here?
I think that just for logic, the phrase in that leading sentence should stay in there.
The digital timer switch controls?
Yeah, even though, as CJ says, it makes it a more complicated sentence, it still was the reason for putting that exception in was to make that an allowable way to control those lights other than using the building's time switch.
Or would you put it as exception 5 or 6 down here?
That'd be fine.
That might be clearer because we were providing all these exceptions. Why not put all the exceptions together?
I'm in favor of that.
Should we mention exception 3?
Yes, good idea.
I don't know about one exception referring to another section's exception.
Okay, are we good with this, or shall we? What dissension do we have? How can we make this better?
Are we going to add exception 3 there after 405.2.1?
Is it exception 3 or is it exception 4 now?
Oh, 4. Oh, there's a cross reference. Oh.
CJ.
Just a suggestion, if the word digital is the problem, and most of us don't really have a problem if the timer switches are not digital, then perhaps the way to treat this would simply be to remove the word digital from the exceptions that are listed up in 405.2.1. But I'm not gonna die on this sword.
So this was to differentiate it from that building-wide system.
So if we had a better word, that would help solve the problem to differentiate.
I think it might be the industry standard.
Yeah, what's described is not is definitely a digital switch as opposed to just a twist dial one.
So I guess in the interest of time, I think we have it fairly consistent, but the challenge right now is correlating exception 4 here with the other section we were looking at. Is that kind of the biggest challenge right now?
Well, and it wasn't called out before, so maybe it's not a big deal, but it is kind of confusing since, I mean, it took us a while to find it.
No. Well, maybe this is code change proposal territory.
Yep.
Okay, does anybody have many more comments on what we just looked at? Okay. Well, let's move to the next bit of homework. I'd like to take a break soon, but want to make sure it's at the right time.
Did we sort out 405.2.1?
So that was is that the list of spaces?
Right.
I think after discussing corridors for 45 minutes, the last tag, we ended up with corridors instead of service corridors.
Oh, this was the correlation of things in the sections not necessarily lining up with things in the list. Like library stacks.
CJ.
Yeah, I just think that everything is related to everything else in this code with library stacks. It's written so much that it's just going to take a greater amount of review. So I'm fine with having any adjustments be done via code change proposal personally.
That sounds like a reasonable path forward.
Okay.
I did write up a change to this, and I'd which I'm just trying to email to Chris right at the moment, but we'll see how long that takes to try to untangle these things. And because I was somehow under the impression that I had promised to do that.
Yeah, library stacks and other things. Yeah, I remember seeing that. Well, we'll test the internet speeds.
Or should I just share my own screen?
You can do that.
Let's see.
Oh, I did just get your email.
Okay, well then you put it up then, please. Yeah, if you scroll down to 211 there, yeah. So I think I untangled that problem with the library stacks and with the other things that were mentioned in one place and not in another through this document. And I sent it to the various lighting related people that I could think of, but
So the red lines, yours or Krista's?
the red lines are mine.
Okay.
So this has corridors controlled under two different sections.
Hmm.
Because it's now in with warehouse spaces. No, wait a minute, where did I see it before? Never mind, I'm. Seeing things.
Okay, shall we scroll through it and
Yeah, so it is here still. Corridors should come out of this. Because there's a specific section for corridor.
Yes, good catch. Yes, that was my intention, is to take that out. But what I tried to do here was to just make sure that everything had its own home and it was all referenced above. And I think that I did not add or delete any requirements on this.
did you pick up the comments that I suggested, Dwayne?
I don't remember if I did.
Okay, I was gonna do a spot check. CJ.
Yeah, first of all, I think Dwayne and Shell, I think it's great that you guys have been trying to clean this up. I just want to point out, and again, I think that this is something that can be reviewed in greater detail as part of code change proposal land, but there are certain challenges I'm finding with listing certain types of conditions like library stack, shelf lighting, for example, because I'm wondering, like, so can we make that more generic? Is it task related casework oriented lighting? Is it something that would be affecting things in grocery stores? Is there a way that the code should be trying to target things more universally instead of with a specific function? Again, I'm just saying this just so that it's clear that this is something I think we need to take a closer look at, but maybe Dwayne, you've thought about that already. So just a question for you to respond to.
Yeah, I did not consider expanding this to different categories or to looking at grocery store aisles, which do have, something in common with library stacks. But no, what I tried to do was just to, since we'd explained that there was confusion between the various parts of this section, I just tried to untangle it so that it was clear which space types had to comply or not had to comply with which rules.
Sure.
And so just to get it back starting point, and then we can start making code change proposals from what's a little less tangled.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I guess I just was finding it difficult to have something as specific as library stacks be listed in the same line as warehouse storage areas. It seemed like that was kind of a big grouping.
Carolyn,
Yeah, just a quick question, because I happen to work with libraries. Carolyn Logue, I'm here for Washington Air Conditioning Contractors Association, but I happen to work with libraries and grocery stores. Is there anything in here from a code perspective, if you have, like in library stacks, if you, depending on the type of books and light and the impact on maybe something that is being preserved, just it's a question for me, would there be any reason that that might have been called out in the first place separately?
I don't understand the question.
I guess I'm just kind of thinking that does, if you have one code that applies to all of these things, could there be some differentials that might actually be damaging to something that's in those library stacks if they're allowed to do something different? I don't know. I was reading this and I'm trying to figure it out. And I was like, why would they have called that out separately? And that was the only thing I could think of. There's because of the what's being lit at that point in time and how that might work. That was just a
No, it's
question.
It basically, those are two conditions where you have people, things organized in aisles, and people in some aisles and others, nobody's been in for hours, and the ones where nobody's been in for hours can be reduced lighting, and the ones where, and as long as it comes back up to full when people enter those aisles.
Okay.
The provision was a proposal, part of a proposal that I made last cycle. And I believe the space types were all, this is all 90.1 stuff. So in space by space, 90.1 outlines controls for every space type in the space by space path.
Okay, that works. Thank you
Okay.
for clarifying. I'm trying to keep up with everything here, so.
appreciate it. So we have about an hour left and we have quite a bit to do. So I would like to stay focused on how we can get through this in the next hour, including a short break. So I think CJ and Dwayne maybe have talked about Dwayne's language is better, maybe imperfect, but better. And if we move forward with that, then that will give a better base for the expected code change proposals. Does that seem like a decent way to move forward here? I'd like to see emoticons on this. Okay, I'm seeing a bunch of thumbs up and no dissension. So why don't we move forward with Dwayne's language in the integrated draft, knowing that code change proposals could improve the language. And then with that, we have a lot to cover, but we also do need to take breaks from time to time. So let's meet again at 5 after the hour, 5 after 12. It is 12:05. All right, reconvening the tag to consider all this homework that we've done. Krista, go for it.
Okay, the next two are ones that CJ had said she was looking at doing a code change proposal on. Lisa also chimed in on this one on microbial lighting, saying that we should look at ASHRAE's epidemic task force. So I'm assuming that that is a future item and not something to look at today. And CJ wanted to take a look at the footnotes on the space by space table and do a comparison of the IECC footnotes and the WSEC footnotes. And again, for future code change proposal. I don't know if CJ had a discussion item for today or not. Go ahead, CJ.
Go ahead, CJ.
Yeah, so relative to where things stand right now with the IECC and the Washington State, it's my understanding that the footnotes are as shown and there wouldn't be any change to them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, then I would suggest, especially for the sake of time, that we leave everything as is. I do think that there should be some changes, but this should come as a code change proposal.
All right. I like it. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, and that brings us to C406.
Oh, C406.
And I
Okay,
have
so
something.
CO406 is a big animal. Mike sent in some data on a comparison. Do you want to talk about that for a minute or two, Mike?
Okay. I guess I tried to address the question of which C406 was more stringent. And I did a comparison of the credits, and of course we got the credits have different values, and then the number of required credits are different. And I think it's part of there is meeting materials. Actually, if we could just go down to the table, Krista. Might help. This is the left group is the Washington credits where 6 are required, and the middle group is the IECC values. And just to take an example, let's take the 10% lighting in group B. It's worth 2 credits in Washington out of 6. In the IECC, it's worth 9 out of 10. So in Washington, you still have to get 4 credits. In the IECC, you only have to get 1 additional credit. And I've kind of looked at that ratio and come up with this panel on the right. And the redder they are, the more credit the IECC is giving. And if they're green, then the IECC is giving less credit. And roughly, that's the IECC is more stringent when it's green and less stringent when it's red. So for lighting, it's about thirds. It's about 1/3 is red, 1/3 is yellow, which is more stringent Washington, and 1/3 green. Notable, I think, for me was the lighting, where a 15% lighting change in the IECC will get you all the credit you need in several building types. Whereas in Washington, it only gets you maybe, well, you can't even do 15%, but if you could, it would only get you halfway there and everything except mercantile. The other place it's interesting is if we look at the water heat measures, you can see, oh, and we did figure out this is energy cost. The IECC values are energy cost, whereas the Washington are carbon. So if we look at the renewable heating, we see that the IECC gives a lot of credit for that, 15 points, actually, if you look at their credit values. For the heat pump water heater, they only give 5. And that's a reflection of that's energy cost versus carbon, where Washington, they're about flip-flopped. We're giving, in group R, we're giving 5 credits for renewable, but 13 for heat pump. Assuming it qualifies for our two, there's kind of a double credit there.
Yeah, and unlike stringency in the rest of the code, stringency in the options table is more about the path of least resistance. Right. It's like where would electricity go? They go in the path of least resistance. And so if the path of least resistance is lighting and you can get all the credits you need, that's extremely likely to happen. So it's not like just because a couple of options are, in green here, that the overall table is more stringent in the IECC. It's based on the easiest path to get your building permit, which from looking at this and talking to others, it does seem like it's much easier in the IECC to get to the 10 credits than the Washington State Energy Code under getting to the 6. Mike, I know I cut you off a little bit there, but I wanted to make sure that point was, I think that's the most important point, is that stringency is not if one option is more stringent than the other, it's more of what is the least stringent option? And is everybody going to just go for that one? And therefore, other stringency doesn't matter in any other options.
Right. I guess the one other thing I'd like to add, because there are some elements of this that I like the way they broke up the heating credit into 5 and 10% heating and 5 to 10% cooling, as opposed to ours, which is just 10% better across the board. There will be a proposal that is closer in terms of the credit construct to the IECC, but using carbon as a measure, and we will capture that. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to debate the specifics later too.
Yeah, and I think there's no question in my mind that that C406 will be changed during the code proposal process and the tag discussion of that. So I think with that, I'd like to open up for any really big questions, but ultimately I think our three choices are adopt the Washington State Energy Code, just maintain that as a basis for the integrated draft. Another one would be to adopt the IECC language, but then I think it would require a great deal of correlation in order to make it even make sense with the Washington State Energy Code. And that would require someone to go and do that and bring it back, and then also guarantee that it's not less stringent. Does anybody have any substantive comments on this, or does anybody have any big comments or questions about this?
I'd like to say that I think that this is fabulous analysis, Mike. Great job, and I think that the point you made that is that not only is ours at least roughly as stringent as the IECC's, but it's more in tune with the rest of our code, and therefore I would suggest that we take Shell's option 1 and maintain the current Washington C406 section as our baseline.
Gavin.
Yeah, this is more of a question, Shell. And Mike, I appreciate what you did here. Additionally, where do we have instructions from Commerce as far as calculating carbon when we do come, when it does come time in this process to discuss credits and such? It's more just like where is that?
So we have a carbon table that's in the 2018 code.
Okay.
And we will entertain code change proposals to change that, I'm guessing, during the upcoming cycle.
Do you know the citation? Where is that carbon table? Anyone have that offhand?
Lisa, why don't you ask your question while we look this up?
I think it's C407.3 paren 1.
I was just going to lend a comment to this, not a question, but I kind of second what Dwayne Johnson was saying, that I think what Mike's done here, it really helps us kind of visualize the complexity of this. It's not a straight line. And then also the other detail from back our first meeting when we decided that we were going to just stick with the 2 climate zones. And so even if we adopted the IECC language, we would be dropping off that component of it, because we had dropped off, adopting that 3rd climate zone in our state. And so, this has other implications too. So I would agree with the consensus right now that the best path forward would be to just keep the Washington State language, and then, wait for the code change proposals that are going to roll in, that will hopefully do a little bit of the blending, to pick up the best of both approaches.
Great. Thanks, Lisa. Patrick.
I agree that we need to keep the current 2018 as a baseline. because we're just right now starting to apply it to the real world out there on real projects. And there's nobody in this meeting that is clairvoyant and can speculate how the new current C406 is going to apply to all these different projects. And different things drive C406, and a lot of it is ownership. You know, so how you get to your 6 credits, or in the city of Seattle, a higher number, you know, ownership a lot of times will say, no, I'm not going to do that. So then that credit's off the table, and because they're the ones that are footing the bill. So this work that Mike did is excellent, and we all need time to apply it to real world buildings. And my suggestion to anybody that's sitting on this committee is to take this table, and as you're working on a project, going for a building permit under our current 2018 code, see if you can try and get to 10 credits.
Okay.
The
All right.
ICC, and try out what Mike did and see if you can actually get there, because a lot of times, you know.
Okay, Patrick, I think you agree with the approach of moving forward to the Washington State Energy Code version. And is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, then let's take that. Thank you. I want to just go through this quickly because I think we're getting towards agreement on that. So let's just keep it quick. All right, Gary.
Yeah, real quick. First of all, Mike, good work. And could we all get a copy of this somehow? And
I think this is posted on the tag meeting website.
Perfect.
This is part of a letter that was submitted.
The second thing is are the underlying calculations for the existing Washington State Energy Code credit values available for us to review as we consider our own code change proposals?
Does anybody have a quick reference for Gary?
Was that developed by Dave Balon and Ecotop? Were they the?
No, it was developed by NBI, and it's got a pretty uncertain history, and we're still digging into that a little bit. But I'm not sure we're going to get a real clean answer. I mean, the carbon part of it's easy. It's where the energy things came from.
So is that something we can request, or?
I'm not sure there's a single source.
Okay.
There were a lot of changes towards the end that I think are probably not documented anywhere.
All right, well, we'll try to reverse engineer there somehow, I guess.
Right.
Okay, Gary, why don't you email Krista and Soyan, and they can put you in touch with all the resources that the Building Code Council has.
Perfect. Thanks.
All right,
Joe.
thanks. Lisa?
Yeah, just one piece of information for the committee members. Recently, the State Building Code Council did issue multiple official opinions about Section C406. And some of those opinions were quite interesting. One of them in particular, which the IECC language, I don't think it was part of that, is that the State Building Code Council has said that these credits can be applied by building area, not just by occupancy type. Yep. And I agree with what Patrick is saying, that like we have no idea how the industry is going to deal with that. So I just would encourage everyone as we're going forward to go check out all those official opinions on the State Building Code Council website about C406, because there's some really good guidance in there.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Okay, I would love to move forward. It sounds like we have general consensus that using the Washington State Energy Code language in the integrated draft is good. Can I see a show of emoticons? Does anybody have serious reservations about that? Okay, all right, we even have a party from Amy. All right, well, let's move on then. let's incorporate the Washington State Energy Code language into the integrated draft. Not use the IECC, but in code change proposal time, we will entertain lots of code change proposals on that area.
And that was the end of our homework. I think we pretty much got through the C407 table. Did you want to revisit that since we did most of that on a break?
Just a second. Lisa, did you have a comment or question?
Yeah, just I had a homework item today, which was the change of space conditioning. So I want to make sure that we get that on the agenda before we wrap up.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I didn't have any of today's. I'm sorry.
So why don't we cover the today homework items?
Okay, it looks like
Hi, Caroline.
Hey, Tal. Yeah, I have a couple thoughts on this. Well, I was looking at it. I guess my first comment is, I think this is what David was getting after. I don't know if he had to drop off, but I think having the row for C 403.4 is just confusing because then we have those subsections listed below it. So I think, yeah, so that was one thought.
Yep.
The second thought is C in the table, C403.9.1.2 should actually be 9.1.3. Just
Based on the title.
Right, exactly. And then the only other thought was the exceptions in C403.4.1 and C403.4.2. So if you scroll up a touch, Krista, C403, yeah, those two are not, basically the IECC version requires all of C403.4 except for 3 sections, which we also omit from our list, which is .3, .4, and .5, hydronic system controls, part load controls, and pump isolation. And so I'm just wondering from a stringency perspective, I think, yeah, the first one potentially deleting except for C403.4.1.4, and that refers to heated or cooled vestibules. So for stringency, IECC doesn't allow for that exception. So it seems like we should delete that. And then the next one as well, if the except for group R, if you go read section C403.4.2, it actually starts with the language for all, it's for off hours controls. And it's that sentence in the section starts with for all occupancies other than group R. So I don't think we need that in there because the section already has that.
Does anybody have any comments? Thank you, Caroline, on what Caroline just suggested.
Oh, and that last one, Krista, I think I would not include that one, the C403.14, because that was added to the 2021 IECC, but they did not add it to their C407 table. So I do not think we should add that to this table.
I've got that called into them as an errata item because it was proposed as a mandatory provision.
Okay, roger that, thank you.
Also on C403.7, that exception should be for 7.6.2, according to David Reddy, as the more applicable exception. And we're missing the commissioning section. And I think those were the the changes
So,
out of
So
there.
Joe?
Caroline, did you say that the only exceptions for C403.4 were 3, 4, and 5? And so 6 was not an exception?
Yeah, I looked at that. That in our code is variable flow controls, but that is not in the IECC, so I think it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So I thought David was saying he thought all of C403.4 should be required. Is that wrong, Chell? Did I hear that wrong?
I think originally we thought that since so much of C403.4 was required, that we would just put in C403.4 and then write a couple of exceptions for it. But ultimately, I think Krista brought us back to reality of the fact that these were listed because there are some that are intentionally not listed, which are then exceptions, which is another reason why it's great that Caroline said strike out C403.4, because in fact, not all of C403.4 is required, just the listed pieces of it. Does that make sense?
It does, except when I go look at those sections, I'm not sure why we're making the distinction in some cases, but
Why we're allowing an exception for 0.3, 0.4, and 0.5?
yeah, versus other things.
Well, if it's accepted in the current Washington State Code and the IECC, then we have no jurisdiction today to require it.
Okay, I thought it was because we had it listed as the whole section. It was therefore required.
I think we have for some, well, maybe we don't have. I don't know. Never mind.
Anyway, that's
It
okay.
kind of doesn't, it's confusing that you would list the entire section and then pieces of the section. And I thought Krista had suggested that perhaps it was because certain ones were exceptions, and they're exceptions because they are not in fact listed in this table
Yeah.
specifically.
Okay.
So that was my understanding of the discussion, but
It was probably initially one of my typos or something. Just to be a section heading and not actually requiring all subsections.
are there any more comments on what Caroline just suggested, and Krista as well, for this mandatory requirements section? Okay, hearing none, what other homework did we have that people are excited to present back to this group? There was something about C502. Did Lisa, were you going to take that somewhere, or did we decide that was resolved?
There was also the refrigeration stuff.
Yep. So let's do refrigeration, I guess, while we're cooking refrigeration. Mike, did you?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not real satisfied with it, but basically, I think we want to restore the 410.2. And then put an exception in there for, oh wait. It's not that simple. Let's just leave it the way it is. That new first sentence really mucks things up. But
I've got a question. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, I think I do believe that by adopting the IECC language, it's my opinion that this is a step back in stringency because we're no longer governing refrigerated warehouses. I mean, we're just
Well-
taking it. I mean, is that your read, Mike?
Yeah, actually, I just figured out a solution, I think. I'm having a hard time with some of these exceptions, but if we added a sentence after the new header sentence there that said, other units will do these, or other equipment. No, so no, down here in C410.2, after the AHRI standard 1200, I think if we say other freezers and coolers and freezers shall provide these, and then restore that list. And I'm a little confused by the difference between, I think we have 3 different DOE 10 CFR 431 subpart R in one place. And then we have 431.6.2, and I will, it's on my list now to sort that out as a code change proposal, or at least understand it.
Dwayne?
Yeah, I'd like to, since I believe that there's nothing in here that is more stringent than the current Washington State Code. And it is, as has been pointed out, kind of a rat's nest of where we want to make sure we've covered everything. I think the smartest thing to do would be to take away all the changes to the Washington State Code, leave our current code in, and have some kind of cleanup thing come as a well thought out code change proposal.
Lisa just took her hand down, but she's thumbs up on that one. Okay, we have a few thumbs up. Mike?
Yeah, well, at least 2 of the tables the 2 tables Krista changed are improvements over our code and should be changed no matter.
Can we include those tables without messing with the rest of it?
Yeah. Now we are requiring, I mean, this new sentence here is something we didn't require previously, the 410.2.
So I guess if we start, Mike, with, we're not accepting any new language except for the 2 tables. That's a starting point based on what I got a couple of thumbs up on. That's a starting point for your next statement?
See, I think, just going over here. I like the solution we just about had on the table, but
Dwayne, what do you think about what Mike's additional sentence?
I hate to take something like that out of context. My hope would be that in the code change proposal process, we can have one thing that covers all those things that are covered by federal regulations and maybe get rid of a bunch of words and then have a completely separate set of words that just applies to situations where we're doing warehouses.
well, yeah, and there are under 3,000 square foot coolers that aren't regulated by the DOE as well.
Yeah, and
Okay.
In a separate conversation, I'd like to find out what those are. I never heard of it, but yeah.
Okay, so for the conversation today, if we go back to the Washington State Energy Code language, except for adopting those 2 tables, can I get some emoticons on yes, no, what each of you thinks about that as a reasonable path towards an integrated draft? Okay, several thumbs up. I do not see any red X's indicating strong opposition to that. So that seems like the path forward. What other homework do we need to check in on?
There's a change in space conditioning section.
Oh yes, 502. Lisa, do you have any further thoughts on that?
Yeah, I do. I did some homework on this. So just two general comments. I think I understand what they were trying, whomever submitted this to the ICC, I think I understand what they were trying to accomplish. However, when I read through the wordsmithing that is in here, and also just read deeper down into the, both sections, the addition section and the alteration section, it doesn't look like it was very well baked. I mean, I think Mike mentioned that if you read some of the changes that was incorporated in not this section, but the one below, I mean, some of the sentences, they don't read well. And so I just think that we don't want to step, to Patrick's point, our current language is enforceable, doesn't have these kind of errors. And so I think the right thing to do here is to, in the spirit of what this code change proposal was trying to do, that we would take on a code change proposal here and say, okay, let's please keep the Washington state language for now. And then we'll put together a code change proposal that captures what they're trying to accomplish here, but doesn't inherit all the issues that this update creates.
Thank you, Lisa.
I'll buy that.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Yeah, and just as a point, for the notes, so that we know what's going to come forward, is that some of the things that really popped for me as I was reviewing this, things like air barrier testing, right? If we put it into the addition section, then they have to comply with air barrier testing. If it's in alterations, they don't. How do you handle mechanical alterations incorporated into this? So it just, as I read through the whole thing, it's like there's so much going on in here that this really needs to be thought through much more thoroughly.
Great. Okay. Is there anybody who thinks we should do something other than what was just suggested? Okay. Homework accomplished. Was there any other homework?
I guess I just want to make sure that it was clear, Krista, that what we decided is that we would not adopt that change. I didn't catch if that's what happened there.
Yeah,
I saw a lot of green disappear.
Great. Okay.
It's back here.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Okay. So that means we are okay. Before we entertain a motion to move all of this into the integrated draft, are there any more big pieces that anybody thinks need to be discussed before we do so? Okay, I will entertain a motion to move the document in front of us with a few other things that Krista's already noted live today, forward into the integrated draft. I'll entertain such a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, let's just try a voice vote. Or no, should we do a roll call, Krista?
It's up to you. I'm okay with a voice vote.
Okay, let's do it. Do we have a quorum? I see a quorum. I think I see a quorum. Yes. Okay, let's do a voice vote then. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, all right, woohoo, we did this. Great job, everybody, on sticking to this and making sure we got it done. I like the celebration. Patrick.
What is the deadline for code change proposals, so everybody knows?
So this will be public out for code change proposals April 1st, and it will close
May 31st at 5 p.m.
So May 31st.
Yes.
5 p.m.
Okay.
So this group is going to be really busy, I know, at 4:59, as when everybody actually submits their code change proposals. Okay, so we do have one more major task today, which is deciding what, actually, Krista, why don't you tell me what we need to do?
So one of the other parts of the report back to, well, the committee and to the general public is noting what the significant changes in the 2021 base code are, and anything that have costs associated with them, either cost savings or added cost.
And is that something, Krista, where you think we can scroll through the document and then
either scroll through, or if people have specific requirements, sections that are stuck in their head as something that they think are significant, we can list those out.
And Krista, just to clarify, this is would specifically be where something came in from IECC that was different and more stringent than what we currently have, right?
Correct. These are just the changes.
And there's not that many of them.
Yeah.
And just the major changes, right? So there's, I don't know if there's a cost threshold, but it's something that would be, I don't know, major cost.
It's not just organizational or editorial changes like most of this is.
Okay, Patrick, you have your hand up?
Well, the big one, of course, would be C406, but can we just email you that stuff, Krista? Things that are.
Well, sure, but C406 didn't change, so I don't think that would be a significant change.
Well, it didn't change right now, but the option is out there.
Right,
No,
but the base document hasn't changed, so that's not a significant change to be noted yet.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, CJ.
Yeah, I guess, so if, for example, the changes to lighting control infrastructure, we see as being a potential general change to the cost on a project of different scales, how much of a cost impact is considered a burden? I mean, if going from a lighting control system that costs $10,000 to going to one that costs $25,000, is that the type of thing that the state would consider to be a burden? Or does it need to be something more significant than that?
At this point, all we're doing is we're not asking to quantify anything. It's just those items with an added cost or a potential added or reduced cost. So we're not really looking for a value statement on how much, or just things that potentially can add cost or save.
Yeah. So just as a casual observation, and I'm totally in favor of it, metering lighting on projects sounds like a fantastic idea. We should have been doing this for years. But especially if we're reducing down to that 25,000 feet threshold, I just think that those are the types of jobs which may not otherwise have had sufficient systems to allow for that. So I think that would potentially be considered a cost adder from a change to the IECC.
And Krista, from a functional standpoint, would we be able to say, you know, these 5 sections in the lighting section kind of add up to a cost together in one? Or would we have to call out each section and whether they are a substantive cost?
They could be grouped.
Okay,
There are no hard and fast rules. This is just a report as the tag wants to deliver it, so.
okay. Why don't we use verbal communication, but also if somebody wants to put stuff in the chat that they think is substantive cost, then we'll get to that.
And keep in mind that typically Washington State's current code is out ahead of the IECC's new code. So there's not that many things that we're going to see here that are moving us forward from that standpoint. There's some R value and U value changes, but they're really tiny.
I'm going to make a snap judgment and say there's nothing before chapter 4.
Well, so are those the kinds of things that we want to be talking about? Those like slight reductions in U values?
I think those are too trivial.
I mean, non-swinging doors, and there's a couple other, and then for greenhouse, we went from 0.7 to 0.6 for one orientation. So
Yeah,
okay.
Krista, is that, what have you done in the past? What thresholds have you set for these things that we can?
Well, last cycle is pretty much the first time we've done one of these reports, so yeah, I think we should go ahead and note the reductions in U values.
Maybe just as a single note that said some U values are very slightly changed.
Yeah.
And do you have a separate document where you're keeping track of this, Krista, or are you going to note it within this document?
I'm doing a separate document.
Okay. So is that a big one? Noticeable?
Oh, this is a fairly significant reduction in U factor.
Yep, that would seem like.
I would say SHGC is a big change too.
It doesn't look like it's marked up in here though. Or
Yes.
I guess, oh yes, it is.
We used to have southeast, west, and north, and you could average them. So where we had 3.8, it was actually 0.41 if you had equal orientations. So we got rid of the orientations and reduced the value for operable.
Okay, so Krista, I guess I can't see it, so but I'm assuming you're writing all this down.
I'm taking notes, yes.
Cool. Is this substantive? It's verification. Humble. Lewis.
Yeah, I think it would have been substantive of reduction if we had assumed, if we'd taken it, but since we didn't take the IECC one, it's just the same stuff. we always had.
It's almost over. I just gotta.
Okay.
So you don't think it is now?
I don't think it is. Wait.
I don't think we required the inspection before.
Wait, what? Gosh, does that mean we're not doing testing anymore? This one may have slipped by me, Mike. Is that what I'm
No,
seeing?
we're doing testing too.
Oh, okay.
I would say this is an added cost.
Yeah, if you have to do it, because you basically have to get an architect or a envelope consultant to maybe do some of that. Well, maybe you don't, you should, but
So what are we deciding on that particular one, C4 2.5? It says code official. I mean, I haven't seen code officials do that. After the installation of the continuous air barrier, a registered design and professional. Are we keeping this? I guess that's a rhetorical question, but.
yeah, it sounds like there's a new thing. You basically need to do some verification of your envelope besides the testing. It's essentially what's happening. So it does sound like it's an added cost, probably should be noted.
I don't know if Mike Givens or a code of, I mean, the contracting community is going to push that because it says code official, right? Towards inspectors.
Actually, Krista, could you scroll back up to C402.5? Because in the, well, maybe it doesn't say it the same way. In IECC, it says that you either have to comply with this long list of air barrier requirements, or the building shall be tested. It doesn't say both. And so I think it was in error that we put in that verification thing, because we require the testing as being a more stringent thing already. And the way that IECC is set up, you either do the testing or you do this whole silly verification routine.
Yeah, this is Lisa. This is envelope commissioning, is what this is. You know, there are other jurisdictions in other parts of the country that's the approach that they've taken. Instead of requiring the building testing like we do in Washington State, they require envelope commissioning. This is really similar to the language in the state of Texas.
Right.
So it is quite different.
In New York City, I think they require envelope barrier testing, and everybody else allows you to do this verification thing, which is of course what everybody does. So I think we can safely strike out that verification section because IECC puts it in as an either or.
We just reduced the cost.
Yeah, this
the first time ever.
Good one, guy.
Well, you kept it the same as what you did.
So, Louis, before we go too far, we have 4 minutes left in our thing. Does anybody feel like we'll need additional time? And if so, are they moved to extend this session for another 10 or 15 minutes?
I move we extend the session for another 10 minutes past the hour and go really fast now.
Do we have a second?
I will second.
Okay, all in favor of extending for 10 minutes and moving really fast afterwards, say aye.
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 Here.
All opposed? Okay, we've extended until 1:10. All right, continue. Louis?
Sorry, my hand was up. I'll lower it.
Okay. Okay, I think we actually do need to do another motion to strike that language because we already took a motion to move the entire thing into the integrated draft. So I'll entertain a motion to strike C402.5.1.3.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, all right. Thanks, Dwayne.
Okay, so basically, it's basically the same as one we've already had.
Poppy.
Yeah, going back to for 2.5.2, I think, just maybe others can confirm that this change isn't an impact. It's the dwelling units right there. Supposedly in the note on the side, and I don't know if this aligns with our code necessarily. If it doesn't, then maybe it isn't supposed to be here, but apparently residential units in the commercial side, 4 stories and above, didn't have to be tested, but the residential ones did in the residential code, lower than 3 stories or less. And so this, as written, this comment implies that it's an additional requirement. Am I missing something? What do others think?
This is something that I personally disagree with, as you probably noticed, but that because they're saying that if you're doing residential buildings, you can just test individual units instead of testing the whole building envelope. But
Yeah, I don't like that either, Dwayne.
Well, and I'll respond to Poppy's question. I think that it's not an increase in scope because, group R buildings are required to be tested. This is just giving us specific criteria for this occupancy type, but I also agree that I'm not sure if this is as accurate of a test procedure, but obviously it was vetted, so.
it is not as good a test procedure.
Yeah, I guess I understand it. It is a procedure that has been proposed as being acceptable. I didn't say it was as good. It's just being proposed as acceptable. I'm not sure, how thoroughly that was vetted at the ICC.
Mike Fowler.
I thought, sorry.
I was trying to remember what well, I guess my memory was in line with Dwayne's, is I thought we did not accept this, but we put something in where there were ground related units or units accessed from the outdoors directly and not from a central corridor.
That was my memory as well.
Okay.
I remember that too. I'm not sure what happened to it.
Yeah, so I guess the other question is, should this even be here? Does it align with what our requirements actually are? That's the first thing. And the second thing is whether or not it's an impact.
It's less stringent than our current code, so probably should be stricken and somebody can introduce compartment testing as a code change proposal.
I'm not sure in a unit with exterior entrance, I'm not sure it's less stringent. I'd actually say it's more stringent. If there's common area, then I agree, but.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look and see what So I know we made those changes and I'm not seeing it here.
I mean, this is Lois. I thought the thing is that this would be an acceptable approach for garden apartments where you can't do the whole building testing. So I was thinking it was originally where you can't do a whole building testing. This was an acceptable alternative, but where you can, you would still do what we've always done in Washington State. But I don't know how that would translate into code language.
Right now, can I suggest that right at the beginning of the text, right after the title of that C402.5.2, back up there before it says the building thermal envelope, we say for dwelling units accessed directly from the outdoors, comma, and then
We'll have to say it up above too. Oh, we say it up above. So we did correct it there.
so Poppy gets a gold star for catching this.
Yay.
So maybe it should be part of the title rather than the.
Yeah, if it was part of the title, then that would be more clear.
Mhm.
Well, it would have to be both then.
Yeah.
Title and text.
Either that or we reference for other dwelling and sleeping units tested as per C402.5.3. So this is eating our 10 minutes.
Yep. Okay, so if we add this for dwelling units access directly from the outdoors, is that covering what we're hoping for?
It's good enough for an integrated draft.
I like that attitude.
This is certainly a significant requirement for large buildings if they're doing built-up systems.
Okay. Krista's writing this down. Okay, has anybody moved to extend the meeting for another 10 minutes?
10 minutes more. I move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, all opposed? Okay, we're here till 1:20.
So we're basically looking for substantive cost increases. Is that correct?
Or just things that have a substantive change, doesn't necessarily have to be coupled with cost.
So you were including the equipment changes. You're going to add that in from up above. The table, the efficiency requirements, like we have the heat recovery chillers now and some of that.
Yeah, that should be included.
Yeah.
I mean, depending how detailed, every table where the ratings change probably should be, even though they're standards. But the heat recovery chillers is actually, those aren't standards, so that's actually a kind of a change.
Well, it is a standard coming right out of ASHRAE 90.1.
Right, not DOE standards.
But I think a single note saying the equipment standards have been updated to the new federal rules. A good overall.
Definitely requiring all single zone equipment is a substantive change.
Yeah.
And the reduction to 15.
Mm-hmm. That's a pretty big increase in scope. I mean, now they're capturing a lot more space types.
No, actually, what it really does is it captures retail. The other space types it captures are fairly minor.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, but still, now we got retail. That's a big deal. So there's one in here. I kind of asked the expertise of the group here. C403.9.2.5, which requires heat recovery for space conditioning in healthcare facilities. At first blush, this looks like a pretty big one for healthcare. Anybody have an opinion on that?
It kind of overlaps the one at the head of the first item in the section.
Oh, okay.
Isn't targeted at healthcare. It uses, I think, a 70-hour criteria.
Mm-hmm. Versus the, oh, okay.
So the issue would be, to the extent that our hour criteria doesn't catch the occupancy groups in that latter one.
I see. Yeah. I'm just thinking from a design perspective that seems like a big deal, but I could be convinced not.
But we're not including it, are we?
No.
Oh, that's right. We struck it. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Forgot about that.
Was there anything before that anybody wanted to?
It seemed, yeah, the exhaust fans probably changed. FEI versus FEQ, I don't know.
This is Lois. On the FEI one, I got the opportunity to do a lot of work at ASHRAE on that one. In reality, most of the fans with the new requirements are not that big of a stretch from what they were on the old one. So it is an improvement, but it's not that big a deal.
Okay.
I'm sorry, working backwards a little here.
Krista, there's also 3 comments in the chat about changes or other things. 2 from Mike McGivern. And then 1 about Poppy about our air pressure testing of air barrier testing of dwelling and sleeping units.
That interlocking that's a new requirement, huh?
Kind of, but it did overlap with section 403.4.1.6.
Yeah, I think that the point of this one is that this increases the scope of where they're required. I don't know how substantive it is, but
Oh, this is the controls.
yeah.
Right, and then
Yeah.
the other section talks about where they're required.
Mhm. Yeah, so that was a 2018 requirement already. So I don't know. It just clarified, it adds more clarity.
And we changed the temperature, but otherwise I think it's not a worthy of noting as a big deal.
Yeah, that already got captured in 2018.
So slight efficiency improvement there. And now the lighting stuff.
How closely do we want to tie it to a specific piece of the many changes in the lighting section? Or do we want to, how generally or specifically do we need to refer to this?
As generally or specifically as we want.
Shoot, I thought I had a good question there.
So we can just do in general lighting controls are more extensive and
I think, I mean, we could simply say that, you know, section 405 point, I guess section 405, you know, many small changes in lighting controls.
I think our only changes were adding corridors and
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Corridors instead of service corridors. That's kind of the
substantive change.
Everything else we try to just reorganize, but keep essentially the same.
Okay.
I think the didn't the outdoor lighting, I guess that's done in lighting power, but I think that got
We removed the need to have light reduction controls and time switch areas. That's a decrease in efficiency.
CJ,
Yeah, I think that adding occupancy sensors and more control infrastructure to the slight amount that's being described here is probably not a huge cost impact, but I think that if we look at integrations of systems when it comes to being able to connect daylight harvesting sensors with occupancy sensors, that's where you have the jump up in cost to go to a higher cost control device. So it's hard to say what the actual impact would be without really digging in. And again, back to that comment I had about impact on costs, it's the sort of thing where you might be looking at a $10,000 system versus a $25,000 system. So there's potentially some impact by this, but it's really hard to define by a specific article on this.
we could just point out that there are changes in here and people can draw their own conclusions about the costs.
That sounds good.
We are 2 minutes before our new ending date.
Well, I have one to toss into the pile. It's a quick one. That's
Lisa, do we need to extend?
no, I was just going to say, add to the pile the change in C409.
We do need to extend because we have C408, 409, 410,
Yep.
There are no changes in C408.
Hey.
10 more minutes.
So
we have a motion. Is there a second? I think we have a motion.
That was a motion.
I'll second the motion.
Yeah, okay. All in favor of extending 10 minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed. Okay, we're extending till 1:30. As you were.
So we just went by parking lot control. I believe that's new. Not garage, but parking lot. It's next screen up. Yep. Right there, item 2.
That was part of all other lighting in our current code, right? It's just more specifically parking areas.
Okay.
I know we don't want to get into the weeds with this, but I do say that most of the drivers that are being provided inside these fixtures now are 0 to 10 volt anyway. And the addition of a timer or something that has it reduced to 50% or 30% light output ends up maybe being an addition of just like $30 or something like that. So we're talking about a pretty inconsequential amount of cost impact if the additional code requests are being needed.
Okay.
Can I mention automatic receptacle controls? That is a change that will probably have some cost implications. I don't know what that is, but I'm guessing that it would.
That's already in the code.
Yeah, there's not a lot of difference between those two.
Okay.
Yeah, 12 inches rather than 72 separation.
I think you went over that monitoring section pretty quickly, that C406.1 energy monitoring section. That was the one that we would flag for the net metering.
That's
Yeah,
comments.
409.
You
Yeah,
got, okay, sorry.
yeah, I was watching for the same one, CJ. Yeah, that one there. With the threshold change, that's substantive for sure. C409.
I just noticed Louis Starr is voting no on everything.
Well, it's a good thing he's not a member then.
Oh, I just voted on the extension of the time. I didn't know how to turn it off.
Same way you turn it on. Reactions
Okay.
and then. Oh, actually,
Well,
I don't know.
everything.
Like to change my last 10 votes as soon as I have a vote.
Okay, anybody have anything else?
All right. Well, I don't think there was any other business. Puppy.
Yeah, there was just that chat question that I had on
Yeah.
the air barriers. There's a sentence there that I think connects to what we tried to delete. And so,
So
I just wanted to-
C402.5.2. There we are.
Yeah. So if you look at that sentence, where multiple dwelling units, it seems like that should be removed because it seems to be referencing the case that we don't want this apply to, but maybe I'm misreading it. And that is a very controversial way of doing it. I don't think that there's a lot of research behind doing those individual units inside a whole building. So I think we want to make sure that that all gets out. What do other people think about that sentence? It says where they are contained within one building thermal envelope. That sounds like
Right. I think
not.
if we go to 402.5.1.2, which is what tells you which of these two things you'll do, it's really clear.
Yeah, I'd go with Poppy. We don't, in the current, this could be a perfectly reasonable proposal, but in our current code, we don't allow people to just spot chest a few individual apartment units and say, okay, the whole building is good.
So do you make them hook up a simultaneous blower door to every unit?
Well, I've made an exception for those that are that are entered from the outside. I think Poppy's concern was that the language further down in still seems to apply this to every apartment building.
Yeah, if the beginning of this starts out for dwelling units, I mean, maybe that's just for that one first sentence, but it seems like that's indicating what this entire section is applying to. But then all of a sudden in the middle of it, we say, oh, well, for these ones that are in one building thermal envelope, then you can do it this other way. And that other way is a lot cheaper and people would love to just do that, but we don't want any confusion around people thinking that they can, because we really don't know if it's comparable results.
Okay, a proposed fix then is we'd say are contained with one building thermal envelope and are accessed from the outdoors, from the outside.
I guess so.
In the language up above, a page above this, the references us to C4 2.5.2. Doesn't it already say that?
Well, at least this will clear for right now going forward. At least we won't have put in something that could be misinterpreted.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, Mike.
Well, I just want to add on what I thought what Poppy was suggesting was to just to make it clear, delete that entire sentence where it starts where multiple dwelling units are, or wait, you just added some language in, so maybe it's already been corrected. But I thought, yeah, I thought what Poppy was saying was suggesting a deletion to make it clearer.
We have 1 minute left. Krista, I guess this is a change. We would need to vote on it. So does anybody have a motion to move this forward, or should we extend?
Motion to accept the little change that was just made on the screen.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion to accept the entire document as edited in the last 5 hours.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. I think we're done here. Any other business? Okay, thank you so much for all your dedication, for sticking around, and all your intelligence you put into this. This will be a great document, and gives me great pleasure to adjourn and see you on the other side of the code proposal process.
Good job, Jill.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thank you,
everybody.
Jill. Thank you, Krista.
Thanks a lot, Krista. That was great.
Well, thank you.